These roads of flames are catching a fire. Showed you I love you, you called me a liar.
Hello, Gina.
Oh no, 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 no. Baby, tell me where you gone. I've been feeling for your love so long. We can praise God in the moonlight. Baby, if you with me, better do right. And I've been gone too long, and I'm hoping that you sing my song, my song. I've been on this road for way too long. I've been hoping that we all get along. These roads of flames are catching a fire. Showed you I love you, you called me a liar. Give God the thanks and praises. I've been on my own, but we ain't never left alone, long. And if I'm telling you the feeling is wrong, relax a little, friend, this won't take too long. And when you're feeling alone,
Hey, listen.
you can call my phone. Is there a better way to go? Teach them something before they lose the song. Oh no, 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 freedom is the road. Oh no, 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 coming in from the cold. Tell them not to sell it, it's worth more than gold. And guiltiness will catch them in the end. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I'm at you.
They'll try to manipulate you through your pockets. Now you're caught up in the fog with the optics, with the vision. Try to control you so they take the goal.
Yeah, we waiting for them to fill in.
No, we don't play that game right here till we're going. Give God the thanks and praises.
Salute, 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 salute. What's goody, what's goody, what's goody? Let me shout out to the chat, you know what I mean? Let me shout out to yo. Shout out Ray Davis for showing love. The first color in the chat. The first color in the chat. Salute, 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 salute. Hold on, man.
Here for boxing, got you.
Man, what a journey. We just started, man. Shout out to Here's a Boxing. Shout out to Here's a Boxing in the building. Shout out to Jay Renee in the building. Gina. I never seen you guys before, but I'm glad y'all here tonight. Easy in the building. What's good, what's good, what's good? You know? We're going to let the people fill in a little more, too, you know what I mean? And you know we're going to get at the boxing. All right, crowd, calm down. Everybody calm down. Take a seat, take a seat, take a seat. Yeah, guys, we did it, man. We did it, guys. Everybody came together, man. Shout out to all my subscribers, all the support that we've gotten to this point to get to this space right now. Shout out to my co-host, Ray Davis, who's been here helping keep up the, you know what I'm saying? Keeping this ship afloat. It's a journey, right? It's a journey, man. Yes. I ain't gonna lie, man. It seems so far away. When this started, it seemed so far away. I ain't gonna hold you guys. I was like, damn. And it was coming slow after a while. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It was definitely coming slow after a while. But look, man, in due time, right?
Right.
In due time. What God got for you, nobody can hold from you. You know what I'm saying?
That's it.
Shout out to Charles Edward Cheese also for making it happen. We're gonna break down exactly how we're gonna do this. I decided, you know, I was like, I want to really, the community's not that big. 1,000, over 1,000 subscribers is cool, but most of these guys who's doing these cash giveaways, they're giving away to like, 200,000, 150,000, at least 50,000 subscribers. And I want to bless the community, and I think we can, you know what I'm saying? So what I decided I'm going to do is I'm going to break it down in 4. I'm going to give 4 people 5 bands a piece, you know what I'm saying? We're going to do it random. You got to be in the chat to do it. We're not doing it tonight, but I just want to show y'all, you know what I mean? We doing it. It's real, you know what I'm saying? It's real. All of them tested. Shout out to Charles Edward Cheese. All of them tested. All of them authentic and real, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna do it tomorrow night. You guys know normally our real live night is Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Monday night, when I come home from work, if I feel like I could do it, I could do it. But I definitely had to do it tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, hold on. Horns for this man.
Salute. Talk to me with the 99.99 in the building.
He took over the number 1 spot. Okay.
You know what I mean? The sponsor of the show tonight.
Thank you, man. Thank you. JP Grom here.
Yo, you know what I mean? Putting color in the chat tonight, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put it together. Everybody, you gotta be in the building to get it. So that kind of lowers it. So if there's only 20 people in the building, we're gonna do it 20. At the highest point of the night, when I see the biggest number. What is he saying? Hold on. Yeah, I see you, man. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, so we're gonna put it all in the machine. I got the app. It's gonna be on the screen. It's gonna go. It's gonna pick somebody random, and each person that wins is gonna get 5. Is gonna get 5 bands cash. You know what I'm saying? Cash 5 bands for 4 people in the building, up in the guild. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
I figured that was the best way to do it so that everybody, I want everybody, you know what I'm saying? I want more than one person to get it, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people have been in here. A lot of you guys just coming in here right now because we're doing the giveaway. I haven't seen you guys, since we did this, but it's all good, man. All help us get to this point where we could be monetized and keep pushing this boxing, you know what I'm saying? So salute to all you guys. Like I said, tomorrow night we're going to do it. You got to be in the chat. You got to be here. I'm not doing it with random people that I got to go find and reach out to, and I don't know where you at, and reach out to, you know what I'm saying? I'm not doing that, bro. You got to be here. Oh shit.
Yeah. I
got a fly in here that's on my top, bro, on my body. Like, just anyway. So what's good with you, Ray Davis?
Nothing. I want to second what you said, man. I just want to say congratulations to the channel. Mm-hmm. Congratulations to you, Clay. And I want to say thank you to all. This has been like literally losing the last pound in the weight cut, trying to get to this 1,000. But you know what? We did it. I'm proud. I think we managed to give the people what they want. I mean, boxing talk. We're not lollygagging. We're not giving them the straight whatever this channel talking about, whatever that channel talking about. Unless it's breaking news, we don't really touch it. You know what I mean? We try to keep it 100 and have fun while doing it. You know what I mean? Because it's nothing better than having fun. You know what I mean? We really trying to change the game to where we're getting a fan appreciation and giving you guys what you want. And Clay has a plan laid out, and I like the plan. I always support him. And I just want to give a big shout out to Clay. One more clap for Clay out there.
I got that. I didn't put it in the soundboard, so I'm so using that, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Salute you guys, man. Really good.
There we go.
What up, though, RC?
What up, though? There you go. There you go.
Shout out to Detroit. That's where I got that from. That's that Detroit shit. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out.
You know what I mean? But we're going to talk boxing, man. We're going to get into this boxing. Hello, Clay did his thing for sure. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys, man. Yeah, we're going to talk boxing. A lot of boxing to talk, and we're going to get to it. You know what I'm saying? A whole lot of boxing to talk. Congrats. Thank you, Linda's Life. I appreciate you. Salute, salute, salute. You know what I mean? Salute. We're gonna talk about this weekend's boxing, man.
Question.
A whole lot of boxing this weekend, a whole lot of politics, a whole lot of nonsense, a whole lot of good stuff, good fights. Top Rank put on a pretty decent card, but politics did get involved. Politics did. Big Play say question for Ray.
I'm waiting.
Before I go on my spiel, what's the question, Big Play? Salute to the Keji in the building. Okay, you're taking forever. I'm not going to sit here with this awkward silence. So,
yeah.
At the end of the day, like I was saying, Top Rank had a great card this weekend. It would have been like almost a perfect card if politics didn't get involved in it. Obviously some questions with people like Shakur Stevenson and where is he going to be at? There's rumors going around everywhere, right? Rumors are saying that Shakur's going to go to PBC, Shakur's going to go to the Zone, Shakur's going to go with Floyd Mayweather, Shakur's going to stay at Top Rank, or Shakur should stay at Top Rank. We'll get into that conversation for sure. We've got the politics, no doubt, man, no doubt, the Keji, for sure. The politics of the sport looks like salute to Jay Cash, the money man. Salute. We got into the politics of the sport this weekend and seen the politics, the ugly side of the politics of boxing this weekend. We're going to talk about that as well, what that means for the 135 division and what does that mean for the 130 division, where really happened at. Shout out Miss Missy. Big up. Salute. We got to talk about that. The Zone also had Golden Boy had a card. William Zepeda had a great performance. And salute Miss Missy. Salute. Thank you, Miss Missy. William Zepeda had a great performance. As you guys know, number one across the board right now at 135 pounds to challenge anybody for their title. And we'll talk about where he's heading into and if that makes any sense. Obviously people are coordinating and matchmaking and, it's a strategy to everything. So we'll see where William Zepeda is going to end up being, what we should expect from him. Keyshawn Davis also had a great performance, in my opinion. I think my co-host might have, I don't know if he's on the same page with me in that or not, but you know how we do. We're going to build, we're going to figure it all out and see how 135 is going right now. Yeah, 100% the Keji. I don't know if it's the hottest division. I don't know if I'm ready to say that, man.
Yeah, it's building though. It's boiling. Right. It's boiling. It's definitely boiling.
100%.
Rising. Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, RC in the building putting color in the chat tonight. Shout out.
That was a question? Absolutely.
Yeah, so I got to figure out how to put the chat on the screen. We'll learn that, I'm sure. The channel, boom, report, remove, put in user, hide, remove, no. Do that. Yeah, I don't know yet. I don't want to waste time trying to figure that out. It's new, but we'll get it figured out. Mr. Big Play, you being a baseball coach, you can't teach home run power, right? So if a boxer doesn't have power, how do you fix that? Oh, we could talk about that, Mr. Big Play. We could talk about that. We definitely talk about that.
Absolutely. So I can give you the same thing. You can actually teach somebody to hit home run. Basic skills is, first of all, you got it's all in timing, and being able to be in front of the ball as it approaches the bat is really the best way to hit a home run. And being level. A lot of people like to swing and swinging on top of the ball. A lot of people like to try to get underneath to pop it up, and that's where they fail. If you notice, a lot of kids swing up, but being on top of the ball, it comes from your hip rotation. Everything is one. It's all one thrust. Pause, but it comes from your hip rotation to the follow through and up, and as you go, meeting the ball, like I said, in front of the plate. Same thing with a knockout. You can teach a knockout because if you teach somebody how to be how to time the reaction of your opponent, knockouts come from timing, knowing how to counter, knowing where to punch. Punching down, punching through. And using your hip, same thing. It's the same. Actually, believe it or not, hitting the baseball and punch is the same when you're using your back end. It's just
historically baseball pitches make great like mixed martial arts, like strikers. They really punch hard.
Yeah.
So you definitely can see the consistency in that. Like, you know,
right. It's on the hip. It's on the hip flow. But so basically, if you just teach somebody how to really adjust with their hip and time the person's chin or movements coming towards you, because remember, two moving forces colliding, and that chin being one of those moving forces, night.
No doubt. Exactly. So I hope that answered the question, Play. Now, I'm trying to think of what's the best place for us to start. There's so much to talk about. Now, you guys know how we do it. It's going to end up being a damn 4-hour show. You know what I'm saying? You know how we do. The sport is crazy. We're going to open the panels up at some point. The night's going to get crazier and crazier and crazier. But we got to start somewhere. You know what I'm saying? We got to start somewhere.
Abdullah Mason?
You want to start with Abdullah? Start showing him the love and just let's get right at it. Abdullah Mason is really moving a lot. He's moving the needle a lot. You know what I'm saying? He really is. Great performance. Busy this year. Abdullah Mason's already put in 3 fights this year. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Already put in 3 fights this year. And looks like he's already scheduled for a 4th fight in August. On August 17th, he's supposed to be fighting at the next Top Rank event in Quebec, Canada. Supposed to be fighting what is his name? Augustine Quintana.
Yeah. Guillotine or something like that. Yeah.
The way they're moving him, I'll be honest with you, it really looks like they're trying to get his record pumped up, get him. It looks like I could see him fighting some contenders by the top of the year, 2025 at this pace. They're really working. They're really putting in overtime to go ahead and get this kid seen and get him outside. I don't even want to call him a kid. I mean, he's 20 years old, but you know, a grown man would probably knock my ass out. You know what I'm saying? So let me not, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? The way he punching through dudes right now. Salute Andrew Charles. It looks like that's what they're trying to do with him. Great performance, making easy work out of everybody. I mean, he looked a little bit annoyed and frustrated at the results of the fight on Saturday. Like, he wanted that guy to like at least hang in there for a solid 5 or 6 rounds, being that it was an 8-round fight. He was like, all right, man, you know, the competition's going to set up. I can show people what I'm really doing. And meanwhile, he could have got that guy out of there in 2 rounds. He really dragged it out to the 3 rounds to play with him. Even like when they sat down, his father was like, all right, listen, man, don't rush it. Take your time. You ain't got to knock him out. Get some combos out, you know, showcase your talent a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Don't just watch him. Really, LeBron, what's his name? LeBron's corner threw the towel in before, in my opinion, I'll be honest with you, it looked like Abdullah Mason was really trying not to knock him out as quick. Yeah. Was really just trying to like beat him up bad. And it looks like LeBron's corner caught on to that and was like, nah, it's straight. I see what you're doing, bro. You ain't going to get him out of here. We're going to take him out of here. What'd you think of Abdullah, man?
I think he's an amazing fighter. I've seen a couple of talents like him rising through the ranks. He's definitely on board. Yes, he does need to get the rounds in, like his dad was saying, and I think that's even what Top Rank was. That's why they're getting him these fights. Get your rounds in, get your stand them up, so you can get into these 10-round fights, and so we can see what you really can do once you get into contention. Right? He's there. I think he's ready now, but you know, you're not ready until you're live and doing it. You know, the same thing with any sport. You know. Right. Practice wears you out, but when you play the game, you play to perform, and then your performance goes up. You hit another level, but that level can come down quick once you start feeling that burn, and that second wind don't kick in when you want it to. So, you know what I mean? So definitely activity is big. I think that as far as him just being a fighter, bro, he's probably I think he's generational. I think we're going to be hearing a lot from him. Once he catches up to his I think to his group of peers, what I say by that is maybe when he gets to like 147, maybe 154, we'll start seeing a change in, you know, with the competition. He still might be dominant, but we'll start seeing him in better competitive fights, you know, at that mark. He's going to be washing people 135, 140 until he moves up, you know, out of those divisions to get to the more meatier of the competitions. Pause. But once he does that, you're gonna see. You're gonna be like, yo,
no doubt.
This guy's no joke.
Salute, Miss Missy. Miss Missy, I ain't seen you here in a minute. I really appreciate you showing up and and definitely putting some color in the chat. And I appreciate acknowledging us for trying to be as unbiased as possible. This sport is a crazy sport because once you take interest in a fighter and you want to kind of push his brand a little bit, all of a sudden you become a biased person, right? Like all of a sudden you're super biased. It's hard at times. We really try our hardest to we really try our best to be as unbiased as possible. But, before we're up here doing a show and we're whoever you think we are, what we really are fans at the end of the day. And excuse us if we ever, put our personal, our personal feelings out on the table. But I definitely acknowledge that. Thank you, Miss Missy. I received that, man. I definitely received that. And we're going to keep on trying to do that. Definitely.
Right. And I'm glad Hoodrich is here because this is a perfect segue, too. So check it. I'm glad he just showed up. And salute Hoodrich. Because I think this is Tank said he put in his last 7 fights or whatever. I think he just went through one. And guess what? It's perfect timing for him to write his chapter off as this young guy's coming through. It's like a perfect timing. It keeps us entertained. It's going to keep us live with that division. And if he stays at 135, bro, he's going to be. I don't know how long he can do it, but if he can,
he got a big frame on him. He got a big frame,
right? He's going to stay there. He's going to dominate that division for a long time if he stay there, bro.
Salute Frequency, 100%, man. I agree with you. When I see him, I'm like, yo, dude, you can see he's cutting weight in a healthy way. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say that he looks like, but you can tell he can. I can see him really at 147 with my eyes closed, and then even pushing the 154s close to a 160 down the line. You know what I mean? But definitely, 147 easy. And 135, I believe, shout out to Hoodrich in the building. Coach Kenny Ellis said he puts him right now. Coach Kenny Ellis puts Abdullah Mason at number 2 in the 135-pound weight class division. Clearly behind Gervonta, right? You know what I'm saying? Who's the number 1 in the division. That says a lot. You know what I'm saying? Really, really looking forward to see Abdullah Mason develop. Watch his fights. He's delivering what the people want to see. He's stopping people. Heavy hands, great boxing, IQ wise. He comes from a good pedigree. I know he trained with Coach King Sr. If you guys know him, you know his son, King Jr., who's up and coming. This kid's like 12, 13 years old, like a boxing phenom right now. Put a lot of work in with Abdullah Mason out of Ohio, and continuing with that humble, disciplined background, being part of Islam, being a Muslim man, very disciplined culture to be a Muslim, and that translates well in the boxing space. You see a lot of Muslims do well in the boxing space just because of their discipline, their dietary discipline, not getting in trouble, not drinking, treating their bodies right. All the above. Go down the list of things that just translate well in boxing, and I expect to see a lot from Abdullah Mason.
Right. Next space, those are big shoes to fill, but I can see it happening.
100%.
I like that. I think there's a lot of salute Ross Clark.
Salute, Ross Clark. Thank you.
Those are big shoes to fill, though. I ain't gonna front.
Yeah, I mean, but he looks like he's up for the task.
Yeah, he does.
You know what I mean?
He's still gonna be in that Boots era. That's what I'm saying. So that Boots, Morrell, Benavidez.
Oh, tell Kenny I said what's up, man. Salute to Kenny, Hoodrich, if you there.
Yeah. That's what's up.
I would love to have him on the channel one day. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to plug away, but you know how it is. You know what I'm saying? But definitely tell him I said what's up, man. And tell Kenny I definitely appreciate his perspective on the whole entire Ryan Garcia situation. I think sometimes people try to bubblegum these situations and treat it lightly. They try to make it like it's no big deal, like it's just boxing and it's just trolling. And I really appreciated Kenny's just being honest, just removing himself out of the boxing space and be like, hold up, bro. My children, my children's children, my people. Nah, we ain't letting that slide. I really appreciated that, man, for sure. For sure, man.
Right.
Yeah, I know Hood Rich, no doubt. Okay, we could talk about that another time. If you can make that happen, that'd be what's up, man. I would love to pick at that man's brain. You know what I mean? Definitely. Did I go there? Pause.
No, you good. It's not you.
Oh,
these two having a friendly conversation already. They started
already. Yo, we got 28 people, 24 people in the building right now. Hit them likes, man. Hit the likes when y'all come in, man. What the blue blood say? Wipe your feet before you come into my house. Ring the doorbell. You know what I'm saying? Rewind. So yeah, so Abdullah Mason, you know what I'm saying? Andrew Charles, shout out, man. Andrew Charles says Mason's got dynamite in his hands. He's impressing everybody. He ain't fought a real game opponent yet, but he's getting him out of there. Listen, man, they're building him up right now with the fights that he's getting. He's making quick work of them, but I think this is one of those situations where it's the eye test, but at the same time, what you're saying is very important. We haven't seen him in there with the real guys, and until that actually happens, we can't call it. You know what I'm saying? But the eye test says we're expecting a lot. We definitely got the bar set very high from him. We're expecting a lot from him.
I 100% agree. And the biggest thing is like you just said. Look, you're supposed to get these guys out of there, bro. You ain't supposed to play with them. You know what I mean? Even though he tried to take his last opponent, and you know what I mean, what a cat does, and he rolls the ball back across. Just
right.
He tried to play around with the ball a little bit, pause, but
his corner knew.
Yeah, his corner was like,
hey, all right,
you're gonna blew the ball up. Like, nah.
What Mason said something significant at the end of the fight. He goes, I guess he ain't had an appetite for smoke. You know what I'm saying? They ain't had an appetite. You know what I mean? They got up out of there, bro. Too hot in the kitchen. They got up out of there, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Definitely. So let's see here. What do we want to talk about next? What do you want to talk about next? You know, let's get Zepeda out the way.
Yeah.
Let's get Zepeda out the way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? William Zepeda defeats Giovanni Cabrera. You know what I mean? And does it pretty easily. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I didn't think he was gonna do it like that. I thought it was gonna be more of a challenge for him to find Cabrera, to cut off the ring, to make certain things happen. I was really shocked. I mean, it was impressive the way he was able to cut that ring down and just get him out of there, and with a crazy liver shot. Something about those liver shots, bro. Whenever you see somebody end somebody that way, it's just like they become scary all of a sudden. People who knock people out with liver shots all of a sudden become scary to me. Am I bugging, Ray?
No, you're right. And it was timed perfectly.
Yeah.
Was it? I just guessed that. I'm just like, bro, this guy sees shots and he throws high volume, accurate, and clearly has the power to do it. I'm like, yo, this guy, he's the truth.
It was just the end of a combination.
Yeah,
he was just ending it at the body. It was just a matter of fact. It was like the last punch,
but he broke it down.
Right,
because he broke it down. He broke them from shoulders, arms, inside, outside. Pow! Like, bro, I was like, yo, they need to give him a good nickname, bro, like the Puma or something, because he some bobcat, something crazy. One of them damn animals that just knocked that prey out with the palm.
No,
he quit cheetah something. He throws a lot of punches. He's a volume puncher with power. That's scary. And power and punching placement. That's scary at the end of the day.
Yeah, 100%, man. Impressive. And now putting himself in position to be one of the he might right now, would you consider him one of the faces of the 135-pound division? What did he say?
With these two.
Yeah, I ignore him. You know they get it.
I know. You know I don't read the chat, but I do read the chat. But I'm just saying.
You already know how they do, man. They get together, man.
Yeah,
ain't nothing but love, though.
What's up, T. Orlando? Shout out to you, brother.
Yeah, T. Orlando say he in Punta Cana. Salute, T. Orlando. Do you live in Punta Cana or you on vacation? Because we know what goes on in Punta Cana, bro. We know what goes on out there in Punta Cana, bro. So you on vacation or you living out there?
You gotta get that man. Yeah, you made me give him the Jello pudding pop face.
Yeah, Punta Cana. What you doing out there, bro? But definitely one of the faces of the 135-pound weight class division. Oscar De La Hoya asked at the end of that fight, you know what I mean? Yeah. Say Zepeda, you know what I mean, has made it clear as far as I'm concerned back in it like 3 months ago when he fought and saying that he wanted to fight Shakur. Somehow that got changed. That got moved around. Panda, in my opinion, made it clear that they wanted to fight Lomachenko. Well, you know, Oscar De La Hoya followed suit yesterday saying they were interested in making a Lomachenko fight, but we all assumed that Lomachenko was going to be tied up and making a fight with Tank Davis for November. But, you know, combine that with the fact that Lomachenko put out a tweet saying that he'd be willing to step out the way to allow Tank Davis and Shakur Stevenson to get it in. I don't know if that changed anything at all, but it looks like Oscar, from what he said Saturday night, is interested in putting Zepeda in contention for a WBO title, which is currently owned by Denis Berinchyk, out of Ukraine. You guys saw him take that title, a vacated title that he got when he beat Emmanuel Navarrete, right, a few months back. So it looks like he wants to put William Zepeda in position to get a title. He wants basically whenever William Zepeda steps up to fight a Tank Davis or Shakur Stevenson or Lomachenko or whatever, whoever's a champion in that division, he wants William Zepeda to have one of the belts. I don't know if I'm in disagreement with that, even though I do feel like it's a duck. I do feel like it's a duck to a degree, being that William Zepeda and Shakur Stevens would make a great fight. Shakur seems to want the fight. William Zepeda seemed to have wanted the fight. But like Oscar said, I'll give him the respect of acknowledging the fact that it's an easier fight to put together. You know what I'm saying? Right now with Shakur Stevenson in limbo, not signed to anybody as a free agent right now, it probably would be easier to link up with Bob Arum and put a fight together between William Zepeda and Denis Berinchyk. But at the same time, we can get into other parts of the conversation, because as this segues into a Keyshawn Davis conversation and his performance, Keyshawn Davis looking like if Shakur Stevens moves out the way, Keyshawn Davis is going to become way more of a priority in the top rankings, and I could see an in-house fight also being put together for a Keyshawn Davis versus a Denis Berinchyk, or we can see things like that develop at the same time. Then at that time, who's William Zepeda going to fight at that point? He's either going to fight Lomachenko, right, which is a fight he can do if Tank doesn't take the Lomachenko and goes into the Shakur Stevens route. Have you put any thought into it? Because it looks like it's kind of like a big triangle love affair going on right now.
I don't think Bob want to really. I don't think Bob wants to make that WBO fight, but it depends on the sanctions. So I think what Oscar's trying to do is he's trying to bully his way into sanctions, talking to them, because he has a good relationship with the WBO on making that fight and forcing it. If he's able to force that fight, he may walk away with that belt. Now the problem is, if Bob is smart, he can take advantage of this before the mandatory is due. Fight Keyshawn, get that mandatory out the way. You know what I mean? They can solidify the Keyshawn fight out as mandatory, even if Keyshawn wins or Berinchyk wins. You still got to, you know what I mean? That situation where they can just push that aside, and then that puts somebody else in position to fight for another belt. Zepeda's in a sticky situation. His best move is Shakur, honestly. That's just my opinion, because Shakur is the only free agent. He has a belt. You don't have to jump loops to go over to the PBC. You don't have to jump loops to go out to fight Bob Arum's guys. You know what I mean? Because both of Bob Arum's boys have the other belt. So being that he's a free agent, he's probably the easiest fight to make right now. But I like either way he goes. If he gets a fight with Berinchyk, I think he can easily win that. But that might be one of those fights. If Oscar pushes for that fight, there can be a backfire. You might be expecting something that's not going to happen. So you might be better off going the Shakur route, or not saying that he can be Shakur either. I'm just saying generally for chances, like just having an opportunity, might be better off going to Loma or Shakur route. That could be better in my opinion than going
heading to a Denis. Well, Denis Berinchyk and Lomachenko, they're both top ranked fighters as well.
Right.
So it's an easy fight to put together either way. I think when Oscar was saying it was an easier fight to put together with Denis Berinchyk, I think he was under the assumption that Lomachenko was supposed to be trying to coordinate something with Gervonta. Right. So he was like, that's already going to have them wrapped up and tied up for however long that takes to put together, and all that, and keeping his fighter busy. Keeping
Thanks, Chris.
Right. Salute, Chris. Oh yeah, definitely. Thank you, Chris, bro. I appreciate you, man. Let me see. The Keji says, I think Denis Berinchyk has a mandatory, a WBO mandatory when he fought for the vacant title. So I don't think the WBO mandatory will be due for a while.
Yes, 18 months. But I thought they won that. I thought they won that belt off of
it was a vacate.
It was vacated. So the mandatory will still be there, I believe, if it's vacated.
Right. Whatever mandatory was there, it follows the belt. There should be a mandatory there.
Right. Yeah.
Right. I bought them to you, Orlando.
Yeah. They on sale. Walmart.
We got the Cash App there. You see, not the Cash App. You see, we got the money sign. So feel free to put some color in the chat to Orlando out there in Punta Cana. But yeah, I don't know. We'd have to look into that because I could tell you right now. The way I look at it is when you hear somebody like Oscar De La Hoya talk about trying to position his fighter in a way to get a shot at the title, you got to assume that he kind of already ironed details, right, that he already knows. Salute Rachel, salute. You got to assume that he already kind of has that ironed out. So I don't know how mandatory working or things of that nature is working, but I agree. I mean, what do you think about what Oscar's reasoning was behind it, as far as like wanting William Zepeda to have a title when he got in the ring with a Shakur Stevens or got in the ring with a Tank Davis, or wanting him to have a title
or unification, right? That I was thinking about that too. I think that point was saying that if he gets a belt, it makes it easier for all the other guys that want a shot for Zepeda to make that money, and he can change that fight into a lucrative fund.
Right.
He can make that a big fight for money. Because it changes. Because if this guy gets a belt and let's say he does fight, let's just walk down a weird Zepeda path, right? Let's say he does beat Baranchet. Then he goes and takes on because Loma doesn't want to fight Tank. Apparently he's taking a step aside. So he goes to fight Loma's next. He beats Loma. Now he has 2 belts on his waist. That builds up the fight to whoever wins out of Shakur and Tank, and that makes for a super fight. So let's just say on that other end, let's say Tank wins.
Right.
And then them 2 fight. Bro, you're talking about what was the risk of the fight on that other one? It was like
shout out to Orlando. Oh, I see how to show it now. Oh, Sookie.
But yeah, that could turn into a big. Go ahead, read that. Go for that.
We already read these already, but okay. I mean, I just realized I'm like a kid with a new toy. So you might see some weird stuff like this pop up for the next couple of days until I get used to it. So now I know how to do it.
But yeah, man, it could be some fireworks and some cash payouts if this works out the right way for Oscar. That's what it looks like.
100%, man. I agree with you. I think it's a lot. It's going to have. I think it's also going to be having a lot to do with where Shakur Stevens might be heading into. Like they might be trying to wait to see where he settles into. He is independent, as you said, but still, all these promotional companies who may be interested in putting fights together with Shakur Stevens, I don't think they're going to want to put a fight together with him being a free agent. They're going to want to sign him, right? So it's going to be like, yo, we're going to put a fight together for you, but sign over here. Give us a 3-fight deal, 2-3-fight deal, or something that makes sense. We're not just going to give you an opportunity, especially when you're talking about unifying and taking belts away. You know how these promotional outfits get about protecting their championship belts and not just having them leave their stable. So we'll see how that turns out. You know what I mean? We'll definitely see how that turns out. Hold on here. Let's see here. So, yeah, man, William Zepeda, great performance. Looks like he's heading into WBO contention. Honestly, I'm going to be real with you, man. We could segue that into this whole entire Keyshawn Davis situation. You know what I mean? Because Keyshawn Davis has also shown interest before he even fought Saturday night. He was letting it be known that he also was on a WBO route, right? This makes it very interesting because what I think is happening is Dennis Barancek is looking like food out here. He's looking like food out here, and all the big dogs want an opportunity to take that belt off of him. They're all confident they can beat him, and they think it's easy money. Am I wrong, Ray? Like, what do you think?
That's what I was saying. I was like, I think Oscar might walk into something he don't want to walk into by accident because he's overlooking things. And it could be the same thing with Keyshawn. I've seen some great footwork and movement with Dennis Barancek in his last fight when he won the title. When he beat Navarrete, I mean, that dude was very slick and very hard, and had really hard angles and things like that. Pause, because I know somebody gonna say something. Angles when he was punching and being elusive.
You said the SCs. Real quick, not to cut you off, but Bayani, we talked about a little bit. Yeah, definitely, man. Zepeda, that stoppage we talked about in the beginning was very, it was nobody expected that. We thought that that Cabrera was going to be way more of a using way more of his boxing, way more controlling of his distance. We thought he was going to cut more angles. I thought it was going to take Zepeda a solid 3 to 4 rounds, 3 to 5 rounds, just to figure out how to cut the ring off properly on him and then effectively put together an offense. So to see Zepeda break him down that quickly and end him by the 3rd round, that was impressive. That says a lot towards it. And a lot of people might see that fight and think that Cabrera was really like not good. You would think that if you've seen it, like, oh, he fought a tomato can though. No.
Yeah, no, watch that first round. Watch that first round. That first round, he was outboxing him.
Yeah, Cabrera's no chump, man. That was just Zepeda being that good. You know what I mean? But I'm sorry, you was talking about
no, it's cool. It's cool. Well, I lost my train of thought a little bit, but I just think that we got
we talking about WBO, Keyshawn Davis,
right.
And Oscar De La Hoya potentially walking Zepeda into a very complicated situation, being that so many people want a shot at that WBO title.
Right. So now this is where it comes to play. Bob can pull the trick out of his hat like he did a lot when he had Bud under the weighted wings with the WBO and take on fights of people ranked in the top 10, and utilize them as mandatories or even petition those guys to be mandatory, such as Keyshawn Davis over Zepeda, if he likes. I think at the end of the day, Bob just wants to keep that belt there. I don't think he wants to cross that street. I don't think he already lost 1 belt out of the 3 he had, with Shakur walking away as of now, not totally, but as of now. So I think he wants to try to keep as much over there as possible and keep in-house fights for the rest of these titles. I think that's the reason why we've seen the maneuver with Loma putting up, saying, hey, we'll take step-aside money. You go fight Shakur. We'll take on the winner. That was a play on Bob saying, you know what? We need to keep these belts over here as long as possible. We can go over here and get another fight. So I think there's a play on keeping Zepeda out the cookie jar a little bit, and we'll see.
Right. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays. And as somebody said earlier, 135 is starting to kick up. Moves are starting to be made. Unification is starting to become a big topic in 135. People want to unify titles. People are chasing undisputed. Now we have Tank Davis's name and hat in the ring for being undisputed. Usually Tank doesn't really respect belts that way, and he doesn't get in the conversation. But now Tank it seems like he's all in on the idea of becoming undisputed. So that means he's going to fight champions. Other champions are going to want to get themselves in position because this is the biggest payday that they're going to get, a fight against Tank Davis. So William Zepeda and Dennis Berinchyk beat Emmanuel Navarrete. A lot of people didn't even think he was going to do that. Emmanuel came up from 130 as, we want to see him. I'm sure they had Emmanuel Navarrete in the division thinking like, we can get him against Tank. We can get him against Shakur. We can get him in there with some big fights. I mean, that Mexican, you put Mexicans into the conversation, it just gets interesting because they bring such a fan base, A. B, the style that they fight, the way that they fight, positions, they're great dancing partners that have great dancing fights. Great fights. You know what I'm saying? They're great dancing partners that have great fights when you talk about boxing, especially when you put them in there with the likes of a Keyshawn and listen, I'm still not sold completely on the idea that Shakur can't give great performances, like be good boxing. I think he needs the right dancing partner. I think the matchmaking, it makes a difference on who you see as far as Shakur is concerned. Like you put him in the ring with Tank, I think when him and Tank finally fight, it's going to be a great fight. I think you put him in there with William Zepeda, great fight. Somebody who can play that other position and be the yin to his yang, you know what I'm saying? Can styles make fights. Right. So yeah, but when Emmanuel Navarrete lost to Dennis Berinchyk, I don't care what nobody says. That was a left field, like, oh, okay. So Dennis is the WBO title holder now. It's like, okay, so we'll see how that turns out, being that Loma's an IBO, an IBF, and IBO champion right now. Now Dennis Berinchyk, who's damn near his stablemate, you know what I'm saying, from the Olympics at least, having a belt, it's kind of like weird looking, but Dennis looks like the food. He looks like the easy come up. Right. You know what I mean?
Turn around and be the younger version of Lomachenko, and we don't see it.
Right. 100%, man. 100%, bro. So yeah, we got to see how that turns out. But Keyshawn Davis and Miguel Medueno had a showdown. Keyshawn Davis is talking a lot. My co-host, you know what I mean, and a lot of other people are seeing that and they don't think that's a good sign. You know, I think the difference between, like I said, Keyshawn Davis and let's say like a Shakur Stevens or Devin Haney, who are talking about doing things that they rarely do in the ring, right? They don't deliver those kind of performances. I'm going to knock you out. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And it doesn't happen. I think on the opposite side of that spectrum of the conversation is a Keyshawn Davis, who does try his hardest to deliver that and normally does deliver something like that. Against a Miguel Medueno, who was really game, really tough, real tough beard on him, hard to knock out, real come forward relentlessly type of fighter. Gave him some issues clearly, but once again, nothing that he couldn't handle. I thought that fight said that Keyshawn Davis is at a minimum going to be a great dance partner in the division, but you know, future champion as far as I'm concerned. What do you think?
I mean, I agree. I think, look, what Keyshawn showed me was that he has. Now, I don't think he's the fastest. Let me be clear when I say this. But I do think he showed me some slick defense, and I think his it showed me also his counter ability and how to move and some IQ, some boxing IQ. So he showed me a lot, and I was like, yo, I think Shakur is a fair person to be reckoned with in the boxing arena, especially at this stage of his career. I would like to see him with somebody, like I said, adversity is everything to me. Trust me. At the end of the day, I don't like to see people lose. I just like to, when you talk, I want to see the adversity side. I want to see what you can do, put up or shut up type thing. And I'm always, and let me just give you guys some perspective of where I come from, as Clay would say. I'm always on the side of adversity. So I like to see what these guys have to do. So I always point out the negative things they're doing sometimes because I want to see their responses to it. It's not that I care if they, you know, if they're great, not great, good, not good, or superb. I just want to see the adversity. I want to see what happens when you have to go into that tool bag and start pulling stuff out, and what weapon you're going to pull out or what tool you're going to put out, the KO, beat, defeat, whatever you want to call it. Because those things at the end of the day are very important, and that shows your character, it shows your adjustments, and it puts you in a parallel, not parallel, but it puts you in a can't use the word I was looking for, but it's cool. But it puts you in a spot where people can go, you know what? This guy has it all. Or this guy has something. You know what I mean? Like, for example, not to go back real quick, one segment, but we just talked about that with William Zepeda. We knew what kind of guy he was, but did we know he had that type of energy to a guy that we just seen nearly beat, well, should have beat Pitbull Cruz? And not only that, give him trouble first round, and he just turned up second round a little bit, and then he put the Jets on in the third. Those things show you something. And I seen the same similarities with Keyshawn. Keyshawn did something similar. Yo, he was boxed in. He was being trapped. He was being forced back. He was leaning on the ropes. He was countering. He was slipping. You know what I mean? He was using colossal power when he was punching. It wasn't like he wasn't punching off his off his back foot. Like, he was literally punching like right. He just, bro. Sometimes those things are just. Sometimes you just get a mountain in front of you. You just can't knock him down. It is what it is. But he whipped his ass. I mean, his tail. You know what I mean? At the end of the day.
100%. I agree with you 100%, man. I think some guys are just difficult to get out of here. They're just built like that. And we have to acknowledge Miguel Medueno's record as well, right? Like, this guy, you know, he never been stopped. You know what I'm saying? So it was not shocking that Keyshawn didn't stop him. I think Keyshawn would have loved to stop him, but I think it'd be unfair to say that Keyshawn wasn't trying to stop him. Keyshawn was definitely trying to stop him. He wasn't running. He stayed in the pocket. He fought a great fight, and I could see him in there mixing it up with a lot of other fighters. And like you said earlier, with the way that Oscar is going, you never know. The road to WBO title might be through Keyshawn Davis, if Bob Arum has anything to say about it. You know what I'm saying?
I think so.
If he has anything to say about it, it could be through a Keyshawn Davis, and we might be seeing an IBF champion, a WBO champion, and Keyshawn Davis fighting and defending his title against a William Zepeda, or maybe even, William Zepeda and Keyshawn Davis fighting just to get a shot at Dennis Berinchyk.
You might keep it in house, the whole thing. Think about it. Can you imagine if Keyshawn Davis walks away with 2 titles at the top rank? Could happen. Could happen.
Yeah. A lot of fights could happen when them titles get in the conversation. When people say that they want titles, when they want to become undisputed, big fights happen, guys. because that means you got to fight other people with titles, and you got to fight mandatories, and you got to get all into the structure that boxing has provided to give us the fans the biggest fights, right? As soon as Tank said that he's interested in being undisputed, that means whoever has a belt is a legitimate fight for Tank.
Right.
Keyshawn Davis gets in position and gets a belt. We might see Keyshawn and Tank fight before you guys see Shakur and Tank fight. You never know. You know what I'm saying? Depending where Shakur lands and how easy the fight is to be made, you know. But we'll see.
This is what I think. This is what I think could happen. Oscar might be trying to play into Turkey Sheik's hands a little bit too, and make this fight happen, where it could be legitimate. You know, because money talks to Bob Arum, and if he can make that a big money fight for Barancek, then that works. And then guess who you can put on that undercard? Andy Cruz versus Keyshawn Davis, which he called out Andy Cruz. So that can be another possibility. And guess who they can fight for? They can fight for that WBO title next. So you know Turkey Sheik will put that up. Bro, that could turn out to be something too. And we're talking about a whole nother promise right there. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of stuff that can go on right now in boxing. So many parallels and multiverse strategies, whatever you want to call it.
100%. So segueing, you know, Keyshawn Davis obviously putting his name in the conversation to get himself a WBO title, staying clear of his brother Shakur Stevens, you know what I mean, or you know what I mean, a brother from another mother, Shakur Stevens, who is the WBC current lightweight champion. Shakur had a performance on Saturday. There's two sides to this conversation for me, right? There's a side where I thought Shakur legitimately and efficiently dominated the fight, in my opinion. I think he was going his way. But because of that, a lot of people also who are going to acknowledge that he was dominating are going to say that he could have done more. There was opportunities in there for Shakur to hit another gear and get somebody like an Artem, the Artem that we saw, the Artem Haratunin that we saw in the ring, look like he's somebody who could have been stopped. Okay, he was there to be stopped. But Shakur didn't pull the trigger on it. A lot of reservation, a very defensively minded fighter in Shakur Stevens, who doesn't seem like he's comfortable with taking what he would consider to be unnecessary chances, right? He feels like if he has the fight secured, he's ahead on the scorecards. Why should he put himself in a position to give this fighter in front of him his only opportunity to win the fight, which is Shakur being messy somehow and getting clipped or caught with something? And he felt like that. I think normally, depending on the position you're in, if you're already must-see boxing, that could slide to a degree. But I think Shakur trying to campaign as the face of boxing, to try to campaign as somebody who could beat Tank Davis, somebody who's trying to compete on that level. You know, what comes with it is the fans. And I would say, dare I say, even more importantly, the casual fans. Because they're the ones who are filling these stadiums up. They're the ones who are buying these pay-per-views. They're the ones who's spending the money. And Shakur just didn't deliver when it came to delivering to the casual fan base. I know it's kind of petty. I heard Ross Clark getting into it. I saw he was getting into it. Somebody asking what Keyshawn did wrong. He was talking to Mr. Big Play Bray. Matter of fact, it's right here. Right? He was talking to Mr. Big Play Bray and was like, yo, what did Keyshawn do wrong? You know? It's not that he did anything wrong as far as the fight is concerned, but I think it's fair to say what he did wrong was he didn't hold the crowd's attention. And then we can get into how Top Rank really, in my opinion, turned on the whole place. The whole entire production seemed like they were against Keyshawn, showing the people leaving the stadium. Even
Shakur.
Oh, that's what I say.
You say Keyshawn. It's cool.
Oh, my bad. Shakur for sure. My bad. Even Tim Bradley with his whole entire. I got my coffee because I know I'm gonna need my coffee. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. It was just a lot of politics being played inside that building in Newark, New Jersey. Shakur Stevens was on the wrong side of the wrong end of those games, and he didn't deliver. He didn't deliver in a way that I have to agree. I think he could have delivered. What do you think, Ray?
I'm going to say this. One, trash talking you have to respect it, but then again, don't cast don't what did it say? Don't cash check. Don't make bills your ass can't cash or whatever out.
Oh yeah, right.
Don't write checks yet. Yeah,
cash.
don't write. Right. So with that being said, bro, that's exactly what he did. But at the end of the day, let's not forget, Shakur's fought this way his whole career. This has only been a problem since he moved to 135 that people have been complaining about the way he's been fighting.
Right.
He was a showcase every single time. And not to mention, when he beat Yoshino, I heard nobody saying that he wasn't the baddest man on the planet, or he wasn't a guy that could beat Tank, or beat Devin, beat Lomachenko, beat Pitbull. Oh, they all ducking him. That's what we heard, right? When he first got up there in the division. Now we're at the situation where we're like, oh, he ain't that guy. He ran from this guy. He's running from this guy. No, the guy's always been a defensive fighter. He said he's been a defensive fighter. We know him to be a defensive fighter. We're acting like he's doing something different. He's not. Yes, he paced himself. Yes, he probably could have got this guy up out of there. I think he could have. I think the angles were very distractive. Shout out to Marco Boxing, by the way. I just want to give him a shout out because he broke this down on his IG page. And it was very clean what he said. It was very respectable. He didn't kick Shakur's back in like most people were doing, but he did say he faced some challenges in that fight. It's hard fighting a guy, and I think this is the last two fighters he fought were very similar in style to him. One was a stronger counterpuncher, southpaw, and the guy he fought was not only a counterpuncher, but he's a guy that had like weird angles. And I'm going to do what Clay said. Shout out to the European boxing craft over there, because whatever they do, they got these guys taking these crazy Pacquiao angles on boxers in the U.S., and I think it causes a lot of trouble. And I think that's where the surface happens on. I was going to say something else. I had to switch it up. Sugar Honey Iced Tea hits the fan. There we go.
Right.
And where when that happens, we have to recognize that. And Shakur realized, oh, this is a risky moment for me. Like, yeah, I'm hitting this guy, I'm beating this guy, but this guy's countering. At any moment, this guy can slip up and catch me. You know what I mean? It's not the right thought process to have, but guess what? If I'm being smart, and Shakur said it himself, if I see somebody and I have to adjust, I'm going to adjust to win the fight. And I'm going to play, I already know I could beat you, so I'm going to adjust to win the fight. And that's what he did. And I think he gave that message to Devin when he said Devin should have changed his fight tactics, right? He changed his fight tactics. Now, his grandfather and him had that little beef or spat about, hey, get him out of here. Get him out of here. Why? Because he didn't want it to go to the cards, and they screw him over with this guy. But at the end of the day, it all worked out, and I give credit to Shakur for the way he fought. I know it was crazy the way I sounded the other day, but again, I was just playing devil's advocate, no disrespect. But at the end of the day, I think Shakur did a bang job and fought the fight he's always fought. And I think we just need to pay homage to what he's doing, man, at the end of the day.
Yeah, man. I agree with you, man. I think he did a good job, but unfortunately, that elephant in the room is always going to be, that's going to stain in the brain of a lot of the fans and a lot of big promoters and people who are going to want to work with Shakur, seeing people in his own hometown boo him at points in the fight or boo the fight. Maybe it wasn't him. Maybe it was, we can equally give Artem Haratunian his share of the boos as well. Maybe his performance was lackluster for them, but people obviously were disappointed with the way the fight was going. And it is something about believing that the fight can do more, believing a fighter can do more, and you thinking that he's freely choosing not to do more. Right. And I think what compounds the situation for Shakur Stevens is definitely, it's the ish talking, right? It's him talking his mess, saying that he's going to, deliver in a certain way, and then he underperforms when it comes to what he's telling people to expect from him that night. Devin has done it before. If you're gonna be, if Shakur was more humble, and I'm not saying he needs to be humble, I'm all for talking that mess as long as you're backing it up. I'm all for it. But if you're not accepting the fact that you're this kind of fighter, then you're not a fighter who can go out there guaranteeing stoppages, or you're gonna show people how. If you're not, who you are. You have to take that into consideration. And Shakur's just had a horrible history of being over involved with Twitter, saying a lot of crazy things in interviews. And at the end of the day, in situations like this, where he doesn't deliver that performance that he was looking to do. When he doesn't deliver that thank you, man. When he doesn't deliver that performance that he's looking to do, that's my wife, the best wife in the world, bro.
Where's mine at? No, I'm just messing with you. My wife is here. Never mind. That's out.
You know what I'm saying?
I ain't gonna tell you what I got. I got a hot plate sitting in front of me, so I got it. Like,
yeah, no, listen, man. Listen, man, for sure.
Shout out to the wives out there. Shout out.
Holding it down, doing the work for the wives. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to them for real. Let me give a round of applause. You know what I'm saying? Let me shoot a round of applause for that right there. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah. He said I'm monetized now. She has to play nice. Oh my God. But yeah, so yeah, man. Unfortunately, when you compound Shakur Stevenson's situation with his mouth, with his Twitter fingers, they get him in situations, right? And when you're not delivering that type of performance, here comes what you're getting right now, which is a lot of criticism, a lot of scrutiny. And listen, Shakur's right. In my opinion, he poses the most complicated puzzle to figure out fighting against him, or one of the most complicated. You know what I'm saying? Like his skill set in front of a lot of these fighters. If Shakur don't want to get hit, he's going to be very difficult to hit. You know what I'm saying? Once he gets focused on not getting hit, it's almost like, I don't care who you are. You know, it's going to take a real high level, high IQ, strategic mindset to strategize a way to neutralize his movement and neutralize his ability to control distance. So he poses that threat to anybody, but they'll always be able to hold this over his head that he's not delivering on what he's saying he's going to do. This is something he's creating this space for himself. It doesn't have to be that way. If he would just, and I'm uncomfortable with saying be more humble, but just acknowledging the fact that they're holding you to what you're saying. And if you're not delivering that, what do you want them to do?
Yeah, go ahead. Wait for the question.
Oh, there's a question?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for it. Go ahead.
Drop
the question. I'm gonna touch on that too. So I think what you're saying is accurate, and yeah, you got to accept the criticism with that, Clay. Absolutely. And this is, if you actually haven't noticed, that's what I was. Me and you had conversations multiple times where I was like, "This is exactly my problem with him." Is like you're putting this stuff out there in these statements, and then you go and you argue with other people, bro. Just be not, like you said, not humble. Be a fighter.
Right.
Yo, listen, we get in the ring, I'm gonna win. You can say you're gonna win. You don't have to tell us how you're gonna win. And if you say, "Hey, I'm gonna beat you," I'm gonna beat you. I'm gonna beat you down. I'm gonna knock you out. Whatever. You ain't even gotta knock him out. But if you say I'm gonna beat you down, I'm gonna knock you out, at least we know you're fighting. You ain't say, "Hey, yo, I guarantee this and I'm guaranteeing that, and I bet everything." What do you say? I ain't gonna say it anyway. I say some crazy stuff like I bet all.
Also, right, Ray, like go for it.
Right.
Let's see you going for it. Like Keyshawn Davis, we seen him going for it. We seen him trying to stop this dude, and he was having a hard time stopping him. And you can recognize, you understand that difference. Like it's not like if you say you're gonna knock him out, make sure you knock him out, or that's your head. No, it's not that. But if we see you pull back, take your foot off the gas, what we feel like, and on top of that, your corner. In your coach and the grandfather, Moses is also, pushing like, yo, I need you to step up the gas. Like, get this out of here. So he sees what everybody else is seeing, that you're not pushing the gas, that you can do more, and you're choosing not to do more. It just becomes very difficult to defend Shakur in these type of situations. And I'm a Shakur fan. I'm a fan of Shakur. I'm not a fan of him like a fanboy. You know what I'm saying? Like I always tell you guys, and you hear me say it 100 times, if you want to call me a fan of anybody, it'll probably be Terrence Crawford. You know what I'm saying? But I am a fan of Shakur, like I'm a fan of Tank, like I'm a fan of Devin, like I'm a fan of great boxers out there. And I hate to be the one to sound like I'm tearing Shakur down, but at some point the rubber has to meet the road with what he wants to do with his career and how he's going to get there, and him acknowledging, understanding how it's going to be.
Right. And to break something else down, I want to say this too. I think him fighting at 126 and 130, I think he was just a bigger fighter in those divisions when he rehydrated, and he was able to take advantage with his speed and power in those divisions. As he moved up to 130, you started seeing it. Well, the competition started getting a little tougher towards the championship fights. But I think he's in a group now at 135 where his peers are just as talented, fast, and strong as him. So he doesn't have those advantages he had at the other divisions. And when that all catches up to you, guess what? These are the things that happen. It's hard to predict things like you could when you were in the other spots. But sometimes you have to be, like you said, you got to humble yourself to where you are, not where you were, and see things for what they could be. And I don't think he sees that. I think he oversells, and by overselling, he ain't doing nothing but hurting himself. I mean, the guy got to deal with Reebok, so he's making money. And how long is that going to last if he keeps performing like this and the fan base drops? Right. Remember, that's a contract you got there. They could be like, yo, you're not doing what we thought you was going to do. You're not hurting people. We thought you were going to be this guy. We're trying to get in the boxing, and you're not really producing what we want. Matter of fact, your boy over there, Keyshawn, we like what he doing. We're going to move that direction. And he could eat, bro. It could happen. It could easily happen.
And then you got Abdullah that, like I said, they're putting him on a fast track right now. They're getting him busy for something. They got him getting ready to fight. Abdullah says he's expecting to fight 5 times this year. That's what he said in the interview. That's busy in comparison to the whole entire boxing space. That's extra busy. Like if Abdullah fights 5 times this year, he may be the most busiest fighter of 2024. Right. So, Shakur has to take these things into consideration, man. Let me read real quick. I think Here for Boxing, this is what he wanted me to answer, or he wanted us to answer. So let's see here. Here for Boxing says people keep saying Shakur won't get the Tank fight because he'll run, but so what? The same way we tell everyone else to cut the ring off versus their opponent, shouldn't that apply to Tank versus Shakur?
Yes.
100%. I agree. I think that is a good statement. Let me tell you the difference. The one thing that Shakur has going for him that keeps him in this conversation, and that's Tank wanting to fight Shakur, right? Tank's not saying, "Oh, I want to fight him because he's exciting." Tank's not saying, "Yo, he sells a lot, so I want to fight him." No, Tank has a personal vested interest for himself that he's decided for himself that no matter what, he's going to fight Shakur. That he's going to fight Tank Davis. So, no, I'm sorry, that he's going to fight Shakur. Yeah. So he has that working for him, and that's what Tank is going to have to do when he fights against Shakur. That's what he's going to have to show us, that he's able to cut that ring off, that he's able to make those opportunities where there is no opportunity, where it seems looking from the outside, looking in, that there isn't any opportunity. Tank's going to have his work cut out for him. It's probably going to be one of his most difficult fights to fight, just because, like I said, when Shakur really wants to get out the way, he knows how to get the hell up out the way. You're going to have to cut that ring off. You're going to have to walk him into something, or, figure him out. That data processing is going to be at a high level. So he has that going for him. People trying to sell the idea that this fight doesn't need to happen. Somebody could say that if they felt like it, because they feel like it's boring and they don't want to see it, because they think Shakur is going to be running all night and Tank's going to be chasing him around. They don't want to see that. But like I said, Shakur has one thing in the pocket. The one thing he has in his back pocket is Tank wants this fight. Tank wants this fight, and he's decided this is going to be one of the fights he does. So Shakur doesn't have to necessarily be as concerned with his performances in the sense of a fight with Tank Davis. But he has to take into consideration his career outside of Tank Davis, with him delivering these type of, if he wants to be a pay-per-view star and get paid a lot of money, which is another thing, since we're talking about money, segueing into the fact that, Bob Arum let him know, Top Rank put it out there, that there was $15 million on the table for Shakur Stevenson to fight. Base pay salary, 5 fights, $3 million minimum every fight. He walked away from it. He feels like he's worth more money. Well, if you're going to walk away from opportunities like that and think you're going to get real money, your performances have to stand up. Have to stand out. They have to stand out. They can't be regular. You can't have your own people in your own town in Newark, New Jersey, where you're from, and everybody came to support you, walking out the fight in the 10th round. You know what I mean? 9th, 10th round, making their way out the building. It's just not going to work. It doesn't carry over.
Can I ask you a question though? Let's
Sure.
talk about money. So let's just talk about Shakur's deal. 15 was it on the table? 15 million, 5 fights. That's 3 million a fight. Do you think he makes half of that fighting Tank?
Say it one more time.
Close. What do you think he makes fighting Tank? He probably makes 5 to 7 million, right? Probably.
Guaranteed?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say somewhere in that range.
So that's almost. So let's just go with the high number. Let's go 7. That's half, right?
Mm.
Almost. Then he turns around and he fights Devin. Let's say he fights Devin. Devin, they meet at 140. How does that look? You think that
money wise?
5 million fight, right?
Maybe.
Maybe 3, maybe a little bit. Definitely more than 3 though, right?
I would say.
Okay, so now he's at 140. Let's say he does that, and then let's say the next fight is someone like Tio. Well, Tio wouldn't fight him because he's on top rank. I don't think Bob wants to do any more business. So let's go. Who else is at 140? That would be a good fight for
Liam.
I don't think that's a money fight though.
I mean, that's Australia.
Yeah. If he goes over there, he can make the bag. But let's see.
That's where you're gonna go if the money's there.
I'll tell you what, he can. So let's say whoever wins out of Isaac Hughes and Ryo. And I always wanted to see him fight Ryo since 130.
Right.
Ryo was at 130 with Shakur.
Right.
That could be a fight that we could see building up. Let's say Ryo wins. There you go. There's another $4 million fight. Because once you go,
right.
You know what I mean? So now you just made your 15 million in 3 fights. If you really think about it.
Right. But you know what, Ray? And I think that math makes complete sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, but all that has to happen, right? That's like ideal.
Absolutely.
That's not just anybody. The deal he had with Bob Arum was for anybody. That his minimum to go in every single fight was going to be 3 million. And then once you get, and that's not including the big fights, the Tank Davis fight, the Tiafimo fight, the big fight. No, that's not including points. That's not including those deals where he's getting points. Like he's not going to walk into a Tank fight and just walk away with $3 million, bro. He's going to walk away.
I mean, that's what his contract states. That's what it's going to be.
Oh no, that would be crazy if he's going to get paid $3 million.
That's why I think it's a problem. No. That's what I'm saying. That's why I think it's a problem. It's that contract is like, yo, you're gonna get $3 million regardless of who you fight for 5 fights. It's 5 fights, which is crazy. Now, if they've said, hey, we're gonna give you, you know what I mean, an incentive for fighting Tank or an incentive for fighting Loma, an incentive for fighting Devin, an incentive for fighting Tio or something like that, then that helps him because then he'll be like, okay, well, I'll stay because those are fights that are sell and they'll bring more money into the stadium because people would like to see those fights. But if you're just gonna say it's $3 million, I gotta fight all these guys. Oh, you crazy.
No, I agree with you 100%. If that's part of it, if that's what they're talking about, yeah, hell no. I could see why he would walk away from that.
Right.
100%. So maybe that is what it is. Maybe that's why maybe he is walking away because of that. I never put no thought into that. I really thought that, you know, pay-per-view fights, I always felt like points were discussed when the big pay-per-view fights were coming. I'm thinking these were all like top rank event ESPN fights that he was going to get a minimum of $3 million for. Right. Pay-per-view fights, nah, especially when you involve Tank Davis in the conversation. So, but you know, somebody, Free Smoke walked up in the building, salute Free Smoke.
Good.
He said something significant that I thought was something I wanted to speak on as well. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but you know, bringing it full circle back to William Zepeda, he said, let me just put it up on the screen so we can read it. You know, he says we should push for Shakur versus Zepeda so he can look good and showcase his slickness, and then Tank versus Shakur. And why is this interesting to me? The reason it's interesting to me is because I think Shakur hasn't had the best matchmaking. Right. You know what I mean? I think they could put better fights in, put him in there with fights that would allow him to showcase his talent, be part of exciting fights, but at the same time, fights that are very dangerous. Shakur will showcase better against more dangerous fights, in my opinion. Like you put him in the ring with a William Zepeda, like Free Smoke said, or an Isak Cruz, or you know, even a Raymond Moratala, or you know, a Lomachenko, you know, offensive minded fighters. Right. You get to see Shakur Stevenson entertain the crowd, and he'll get some big wins. Putting him in there with other boxers, you know, it's going to be a hit or miss every time, because if the other boxer's not willing to press it the way it needs to be pressed, Shakur's not going to step up. You know what I mean? Okay. If the boxer's trying to bait him into something stupid, he's not going to go for it. He'll just let the fight be boring and take the win.
and just for example, what Clay means is, let's just say Andy Cruz got that fight. That's going to be a bad. You're going to be bored that fight. It's going to be a boring fight because you got two similar styles, and you're not going to really see anything. People moving around the ring, aka De Los Santos Shakur again. But if you see him in the ring with somebody like you said, even the guy Keyshawn just fought, Mike Miguel Moderno, bro. I think he takes full advantage of that. Being at the risk, I think you see him slick moving. I think you see him punching this guy's head off, regardless if he knocks him out or not. He does the same thing. Very similar things to what Keyshawn did. Raymond Mortala would be a great fight because that's a guy that actually has a good hook and a nice power punch. But he also he'll give styles make fights. Bottom line, styles make fights, and at the end of the day, fighting the same style would be we get it. That's not something we want to watch all the time. So,
right. Florida was notorious for having the Mexicans, right? Like he was notorious for getting in the ring with them Puerto Ricans, the Mexicans. You know what I'm saying? He stylistically, they put him in the ring with somebody who was either going to press him. You know what I mean? Like a Shane Mosley or, Miguel Cotto or, even Eddie Corrales or Zab Judah or, fighters that were punchers that weren't going to sit there and try to do exactly what Floyd does with Floyd. You know what I mean? Even a Manny Pacquiao, aggressive. You know what I'm saying? Shakur hasn't been matched. His matches haven't been the matchmaking, I feel, has been poor. And I feel like that might have been a little bit of what Eddie Hearn was talking about as far as getting him over there at Matchroom, was just the idea that Shakur Stevens just hasn't been handled correctly. The product that he hasn't been handled correctly. You guys have been putting him in the ring too much with people who are either beneath him on a skill level, or they're just boxers who just the combination is just going to make a boring fight. You know what I'm saying? So that's just kind of refer to what Fax was saying, because I thought that Free Smoke was saying. I thought that was significant. You know what I mean? You put Shakur in there with William Zepeda. If they're able to put that fight together, I think you'll get a great performance from out of William Zepeda. Out of both of them, but out of Shakur Stevens.
Yep.
Right. So let's see. It says y'all be giving Shakur lame opponents. I hope you're not talking about us. Fax. I hope you're talking about something else, because we don't give nobody no fights. It says Fax says y'all haven't seen Shakur's skills yet. Fax, I disagree. I've seen Shakur's skills. I happen to think he has a high IQ, and you know what I mean? I get what you're saying, but I'll tell you this though. How about this, Fax? If the case is that we haven't seen his skills yet, whose fault is that? So, it's definitely not our fault. Free Smoke said Fax because the fight was boring as hell, but Artem played an equal role in making the fight boring. Yeah, Free. Look, man, both of them were being patient. Both of them were not overcommitting. Artem was in there trading though at times, but when he felt like he was in danger of getting stopped, he knew how to get out of the danger, and he efficiently did it.
Yeah, it was like a mirror. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. It was like a mirror, 100%. They knew when to engage and not to engage. They knew when to pick, and I think a lot of people slept. And I hate the fact that they're comparing the Frank fight to Shakur fight, but I think a lot of people were sleeping. The Shakur side were sleeping on Arthur Haratunian. But it's okay. Guess what? That's why they fight, right? That's why you play the game. You play the game to win, and Shakur won. At the end of the day, he still won. I think from 1 to 7, 1 to 7, 1 to 8, 1 to 9. I think 2. I give the first round to Artem, but I think the rest of the fight, Shakur won that fight handily. Frank was having trouble in that fight. Frank didn't start picking it up to the 7th round. So if we're really looking at it, like, okay,
Frank, arguably Frank would not have won that fight without that knockdown.
Right.
People had Artem up until that knockdown. That 10-8 round made the difference. Right. That got him that split decision.
Correct. So, and a lot of people trying to compare that fight. Let's look at what it really is. Hey, you know what? I'm not the judge. I'm just a fan of the sport, and I'm happy with the results either way. It is what it is.
Yeah, man. Like I said, one thing Shakur has in his back pocket is Tank wants to fight me.
Right.
And it's not based on people walking out of the building or coming or packing out the building or me being exciting. It's based on stylistically, people believe that I can beat this man. And I believe I can beat this man. And this man has he's been wanting to shut me up for a minute. And he's on a mission now to fight me and the people who are on that list. I'm one of the people on that list. So I'm guaranteed to get that fight. Whoever signed Shakur Stevens is going to be part of a bigger negotiation to fight against Tank Davis. If you're not going to get nothing else out the deal, you're going to get a Tank Davis fight. You know what I'm saying? And we know what the kind of revenue that brings.
Guess what's crazy? People going to pay to see that fight.
Period. I
don't care what you all say. They're going to pay to see that fight. And guess what?
It is what it is.
Right. You can't knock it. You can't knock it.
You know what I mean? I want to, shout out to Real Deal 92 with the $4.99, man. I appreciate, man. Thanks for the love, brother. Thank you, brother. We appreciate the love, brother. Let me see here. Roscott, I want to talk to Roscott for a minute, man. Give me a second to get at Roscott a little bit because I understand what he's saying. You know what I mean? Roscott, you're right, bro. Shakur is a great boxer, bro. We were all here together watching that fight Saturday night. I was sitting there showing mad love to Shakur. I saw what was happening. I saw the woods through for the forest. I saw what it was. I acknowledge that he dominated. I felt like he dominated that fight. Marco got at me the other day. I didn't go on his channel, but I was in his chat, and he was like, yo, Clay was just using words like dominate and things of that nature. And I felt like that's what he did. But here goes Roscott, right? For argument's sake, for whatever it's worth. Shakur's on a mission to raise his value up, especially in the biggest in a fight at the end of his contract, the last fight on his contract. He's turned down $15 million guaranteed to fight 5 fights. He thinks he's worth more, and you would think that he'd want to deliver that message to Matchroom, to the PBC, to Mayweather Promotions, to whoever the hell he's thinking about working with, right? Golden Boy, whoever else. He's a free agent now. Whoever is looking at him that he's trying to impress, you would think in this fight right now, he would deliver an exceptional showing, right? He spoke into it to say that that's what he wanted to do. Not to mention coming off of a fight against Edwin De Los Santos, injuries taken into thought, right? We're going to take the injuries and understand that he fought that way because of injuries, but at the end of the day, it was still a very boring fight. I think broke records for the least amount of punches thrown in a fight, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Taking all that into consideration, Shakur can win fights the way he won fights Saturday night. But how does he look winning fights like that and trying to demand so much money? Who's going to pay the money? These promoters aren't just giving away money. They're giving money with an ROI in their mind, right? They're thinking about a return on investment. If I'm going to shoot you X amount of millions of dollars, then I'm expecting a certain kind of performance that's going to attract an audience, pack out a building, and give me a return on my investment. So in that case, if Shakur won the fight, that's one conversation, but the performance, the excitement, the sellability to the fan base is something that Shakur is going to have to take in consideration because of what Shakur wants to do, because of who he wants to be. He has to deliver with a performance to match what he's asking for monetarily.
Right.
Am I right, Ray? I mean, maybe you could add some perspective to it.
Right. I mean, it's hard, and hopefully he got that point. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, it's like, it's like you buy a toy at the Dollar Tree and wondering why it costs more at Dick's Sporting Goods, like
right?
Basketball. You know what I mean? Like, bro, why should I pay for that basketball at Dick's Sporting Goods $60 when this ball costs $1 or $5 below costs $5? There's a reason why. Because that basketball don't hold air, that basketball don't bounce as high, that basketball don't last as long, that basketball whatever. You know what I mean? So when you're making a comparison, is his sellability, his market value is not there. And like you said, return of investment. Like, I'm not going to keep trying to fill up these stadiums and we're selling tickets for $50 because I know his tickets were like $54. Right? I'm not going to keep doing this. Now, you're not selling the fights for me. Like, how can $3 million? That sounds like that's a really good bargain for a person that's only selling $54 seats. Don't get it twisted. But at the end of the day, if you can find a fight and somebody that pay you 6 to 7 million a fight, then go for it. You know what? You're more than welcome to go try it out. Let's see what happens. Those are the things that we're talking about. As far as him being him not losing, bro, I told you this has been Shakur's fighting style for as long as we knew him. He's always fought like this. He's always been defensive minded, and he's always just been able to counter and then walk you down once he hurt you. He knew that, right? And then as the competition, as he moved up in weight, things started getting a little different, less stoppages, more 12-round decisions. And it happens with a lot of fighters. Just this case is he's just a star that's not has the star sell ability. He has star power with no selling. People don't want to come see him fight because they believe he's just going to sit there and just box all day. That era that we seen that in was different. You know what I mean? That's over. People are in a new era where they want to see knockouts and stoppages or real in the ring combatants. They want to. MMA has changed also a little bit of boxing because they want to see that intertwine of boxers in the ring and punching. But styles make fights these days. That's what we see. You're not going to get guys that are taking the risk to get popped on the chin to knock another guy out. They don't want to do that anymore. They want to have long careers. They want to be 41-0. They want to be 51-0. They want to be. That's what they want. So they're going to do what they got to do to stay in this ring longer.
100%, Ray. I mean, that's what it comes down to. And, you know, that's the conversation. Once again, we have to acknowledge that that's the conversation that Shakur has put himself into. This is what he's saying he wants to do. You know what I mean? Like, it's like this channel. I want this channel to be successful. I want us to make good money. I want us to, you know, optimize and push this channel to the furthest that it can go. There's certain ways, certain things I have to take into consideration that I need to provide to you guys, right, to build value in this channel in order for me to reach those goals. Now, if I'm sitting here like I don't give a damn where this channel go, bro, this ain't my business. I'm here to do my thing. If y'all don't ever want to show up, if there's going to be one person in this damn building, I don't care. I'm going to give the same show. I don't give a damn. Then I don't have no responsibility to check these boxes. But if I'm sitting here talking about quitting my job, financial freedom, all these different things that may come with running a channel, I have to understand the boxes that need to be checked. There's one thing about delivering content, but it's also another thing for keeping the attention of the people in here to want to come back. And Shakur has to take that same thought process into, listen, man, they're talking about asses in seats. Right now, the only place you've ever really put that kind of work in is in Newark. And your last show in Newark, they got cameras on people walking out of the building. Right. Before the fight was over. Like, I don't even need to see it. You got to start to take that into consideration and start thinking about what am I willing to take a risk at and do to get this kind of return that I'm saying I'm worth. He has to take it into consideration. And as you guys can see on the screen, we said Shakur Stevenson, an A-class boxer, but a C-class fighter. That was from, shout out to Jay Bangin, I think his name was. He's the one who said that, and I thought that was interesting because he's a great boxer, maybe the best boxer at 135, or number two to maybe Tank. If you guys want to have that argument and say that, I'm not going to argue with you. If you feel Tank is the best boxer, I'll go with that. But Shakur is definitely top three. You know what I mean, including Lomachenko, right? He's a great boxer, but the kind of money Shakur is asking for, does he need to be a better fighter? What do you think, Ray?
That's a tough question. I think Shakur needs to have better competition.
Better matchmaking or better competition?
I would say competition first.
Okay.
I would say competition. We all knew this was a bounce back fight. What got me was this guy that you fought prior to this. I mean, let's take the hand situation out of this equation. This guy knew you was trying to fight Frank Martin. This guy came to your hometown, called you out in your hometown. And that meant something. That should have been making for bad blood right there. Then he came and fought in your town where they booed you. You tried to make up for it because you was like, yo, that ain't right. I know I can beat this guy. I'll show you, blah, blah, blah. Then you get a guy that has a similar style to you. Similar, not the exact same. Trust me, it's definitely two different styles where he was able to push you back at times and you were able to push him back, but he was using angles that troubled you and made the fight difficult, and you got people walking out. So now you're in a situation where you're back there, where you're not giving yourself the performance that you need. So what I would say is, if you're going to matchmake people, this is what I'm going to start with. You go to matchmake people, matchmake somebody that's going to make you fight them. Not somebody that you sparred with, somebody that's going to make you fight them, somebody that you're going to get in that ring, and you know it's like that's why the Tank fight is so good, because you know you have to survive. There's no walking in this ring with Tank and you thinking, hey, I'm just going to run away around the ring for hour and 20 minutes and not get touched, and I'm just going to throw looping jabs and hooks and pitter pats here and there and keep running. If you want to call it backpedal, lean on the rope, being a slick fighter, defensive, whatever you want to call it, you're not going to do that. So he needs to tune it up and fight more guys that are going to come forward. I don't care if he fights what was this guy named that Tank fought that he brought up, Garcia.
Hector
Garcia in the ring. Somebody's going to come forward, stand in front of you, that's going to give you a fight. You know, somebody's going to give you a stylistic fight that's going to make you work. Williams Zepeda's that perfect, like we were saying, that's a perfect style for you to fight. That's somebody you get in the ring with that's going to make you go in that tool bag, and you're going to show us what you can do. Oscar Valdez did it, right? Oscar Valdez made Shakur fight, and Shakur had fun doing it. Did we not think that was a great performance? Absolutely, right? He even put Oscar down, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, and also he did put him down, and he got hurt in that fight. With a body shot and showed a little bit of perseverance.
I'm just, what you laughing at me? I'm just saying.
We're fighting for 120 minutes, right?
The fights seem like 120 minutes. We at home watching them.
Oh man,
I don't know who's fighting that long. That's 2 hours, but they do seem like 2 hours, Clay, don't they?
Yeah, it goes long, man.
We got to get up in the morning.
Listen, we be up here struggling, man, on that old head shit, man. Y'all gotta hurry up and get us up out of these 9 to 5s, man, so we can sit here and give you that real content. You know what I mean?
But,
2-3 times a day. But
I think,
can I add to this real quick?
I was gonna say, you go ahead.
The question from Real Deal X, which is what this comes down to, right? I agree. I think it's a great question. I mean, I'm sure it gets asked across the whole boxing space. This question gets asked, and that's what this is all about, right? The question is, does Shakur have the power to keep Tank off of him?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's interesting because we're sitting here pretty much keeping it 100 that we understand that Shakur's not a power puncher, right? He's not a power puncher. But I think he punches hard enough.
Right.
I think it's about timing. It's about a little bit of frustration. I think the bigger question is, can Shakur frustrate or dissuade Tank from just running up on him?
Right.
Punching power is one way for that to happen. That's definitely a way to happen. You hit him really hard, that might make him think twice about coming back in. But also scoring, connecting with a lot of shots and causing him to miss on most of his shots can also cause frustration. Mm-hmm. And in the spirit of not giving up any more rounds, not losing trading when they're trading with each other, not losing those wars, if Shakur can cause him to lose those wars, like Tank comes into melee, but Shakur's able to hit him with a 2-3, right? 2-3 4-punch combo, get out, and Tank keeps failing, constantly having to try to come in there and failing, that could frustrate Tank and slow Tank down. But in itself, that could frustrate him and slow him down and make him start thinking twice about coming in when he keeps losing these battles. Not that Tank will get hurt necessarily, like I'm getting hurt, but just off the strength of I'm looking bad. I'm losing these rounds. I'm not able to get off the way I want to get off, and he keeps scoring. That is a strategy within itself. I don't know if that makes any sense. Does that make any sense what I'm saying there, Ray?
Absolutely. That too, and just to mention that, you asked if he had any power. That young man, I was going to say boy, but I don't want to go there. That young man has enough thud in his punches. If Tank tries to play around with him like he was like Frank Martin, letting him absorb those shots, Tank can go night, or he can like Clay said, he can frustrate Tank Davis. And if Tank gets frustrated, then we have to see how he changes his strategy. That can definitely be something that he could definitely keep Tank off him. Absolutely. Does he? I don't know. We have to wait and see. I don't want to call anybody or say anybody's victorious when they didn't fight yet. You know what I mean? That's not what we do here. We don't predict the winners. We want to see the fight so we can, dissect the fight and break it down. That's it. And then watch the fight for what it is. Yeah, we all have a favorite or see how things looking in camp and things of that nature. But I think Shakur ultimately, I think his presence alone, Tank knows he has respectable power. Like I said, the guy hit Oscar Valdez with a clean left jab and put him on his tush. So it's definitely, I'm sorry, not left, left hook, left straight. It was a straight. So I hit him with straight right over the top. Boop, knocked him down right on his tush, man. So at the end of the day, it's respectable, man. And I know we think Oscar Valdez is a smaller fighter, but you got to remember, Shakur was also a smaller fighter at that time. So
100%, maybe a little depleted too.
Right,
maybe.
Right. So if he has the power to do that, I definitely see it. He did the same thing with Yoshino. If you want to talk about power, who was Yoshino? Yoshino was a 135-pound fighter, ranked number 6 in the WBC. I mean, he was able to hurt him.
And Jamel too. So
right, he put him down twice. So it's possible.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, man. Power is definitely a big factor in a lot of these fights, and especially when you're fighting somebody like Tank, or I'll shoot out some names like a Sabril Matias or a William Zepeda or a Miguel Medueno. These fighters, to get them off of you and not to just push on you relentlessly like that, power is definitely one way to get them off you. But I think that science, that sweet science of boxing, angles, timing, hitting people with shots they don't see coming, you know what I mean? Those are the ones that hurt you. I think Shakur has the ability to get involved in those conversations in a positive way that could somewhat answer that question as far as what he would bring to the table that could possibly dissuade Tank from just running him over outside of the power.
Right. And David Lamar, I mean, we don't know that. Again, you're making a prediction on something that you believe. We don't know what Tank comes in that ring. He could be sick. Anything can happen, bro. Fighters have lost to people of lesser calibers just based on not taking their opponents up seriously enough and getting in there and losing. So we don't know if that'll work. We haven't seen Shakur move his footwork, you know what I mean, because he had to, except for once, and that was who? De Los Santos?
Right.
And Nakatani, right? Those are the only 2 fights that we really seen him where he had to move. So before we go there and say that, this guy is definitely food for Tank, we don't know that. We don't know until it happens. That's why the best must fight the best. That's why Tank is putting out a hit list of guys he wants to fight, because he wants to fight all these top guys. We're ignoring that as fans because we just want to see, knockouts and we forget what boxing is. Boxing is an art. Boxing is a form. It's a dance. You get an opponent, you dance with them. You move them around the ring, and your job is to beat them. Rather it's dancing backwards, moving backwards, being defensive, being offensive. Everyone has a style, and that's why it's styles make fights. But to each their own, bro. Don't hold nothing against me, bro. I just want to see the fight at the end of the day.
100%. It's all about strategies. It's all about who shows up that night. It's about what kind of Shakur shows up, what kind of Tank shows up. I ain't gonna lie to you. I am right now at this moment presently, I'm leaning towards Tank to win that fight. I think it's an uphill battle for Shakur, but I think he just brings that that special quality that he has that just going to be difficult for whoever he fights again. I don't care who you are. He's not going to be easily figured out and just taken out of there. He knows how to survive. He knows how to win fights. He knows how to win rounds. He's an undefeated fighter, a 3-division champion. This kid is not no fly by night. Oh, he just happened to be a successful dude. He has the tools mentally and physically to carry out and get the biggest victories in the game, even the ones that everybody counts him out on. That's why I'm huge on not dismissing these fights or underselling or taking away value from these fights, because one way or another, however you might feel about the way he looked against Edwin De Los Santos or how he looked Saturday night against Artem, these fights need to happen. We know who he is. We know how talented he is, Right. But so I wanted to talk a little bit about the event because I also want to jump into, obviously, we haven't even begun to talk about Shaki Foster's fight. We haven't talked about, there's other things that we need to talk about. But so Top Rank looked like they took some extra steps in undermining Shakur Stevens. And people are in the air saying that they expect Shakur Stevens to stay with Top Rank. Well, they feel like without Top Rank, he can't get those fights that he's looking to get. Right, like he can't get the Tank Davis, he can't get at a Lomachenko, he can't get in the conversation with a Dennis Berinchyk, he can't get in these conversations without being with Bob Arum. With the way that Bob Arum's treated Shakur at this point, with they painted him. You saw what they were doing at the event with the camera shots, with even the conversation he was having in the corner with Moses, the people leaving the stadium. You know what I mean? Tim Bradley with his little smart comments. What's the likeliness, do you think, of Shakur Stevens at this point staying at Top Rank? Is it pretty much like sealed deal? Like we don't know where he's going, but we know it's like a party. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell up out of here.
Right. So this is what I think it was. I think it was a two-way street. I think Shakur knew he thought he had Top Rank in the palm of his hands. He went out there telling everybody, bro, I'm going to be shopping. I'm going to be a free agent. I'm going to do this. He did that. 3 fights left. He started doing it. And I think that kind of ruffled the feathers there. So, one, they put him on ice for a little bit, as you've seen, because he probably was supposed to get that fight with Navarrete for the WBO. And you see how that got shut down. They moved somebody else into the picture, which was Berinchyk, right? Mm-hmm. So that was strike one. Then they offered him a deal, and they said, well, go out there and fight. We're going to put you against this guy, De Los Santos. We know he's dangerous. Strike two.
Right.
And we're gonna make you look worse than what you need to. So then what they do? Then they put him against Artem Hayatunin, and it doesn't look as promising as it was. But then, like you said, they're starting to use all the antics and all the little puns and stuff to show everybody, like, yo, this guy is not who he says he is, because they're not selling that to Shakur fans. What they're selling it to is to the other promotion companies, so that he signs to somebody. They're like, look at this. You want this? This is what you want? You want this guy right here? Look, he's our main event, and people are walking out. They stay here for every other fight. But this guy, they're leaving on, and he's the main guy. Yeah, they did that. And the comment from Tim Bradley, was it called for? Absolutely not. That was unnecessary too. But these are all things that are put in tactics. Listen to the way even Kiko asked some questions. Like you said, the corner, how they put the fight into the corner. Bro, all these things are set up. They were set up to say, look, because you heard, and Bob even stating, yeah, we're going to let him go out wherever he wants to go, and he'll be back because he ain't going to have nowhere else to go. Bob said that. So he's going to see that. So we'll see. I think he'll be all right. I think he'll be best signing maybe like I said, a 3-fight deal with somebody. Maybe even could negotiate that with Top Rank, getting a 3-fight deal. No caps or anything like that. Maybe getting that fight with Tank, especially now that they Top Rank moved Loma out of the picture to take step aside and all that. I'm just saying. Right. So maybe they are trying to make something happen with Shakur, and they're trying to offer him a bigger payday by doing this. But I don't know. We'll have to see how this works, because they already put the contract out. If I was Tank, I would hold Loma to that contract. I would hold him to the contract, and I will make them double down on Shakur and make that fight worth it, because now Shakur is in position to fight Berinchyk or Loma, the winner of that fight, and still take on somebody else in between, right? Like a Maratala or a Schofield, or I'm trying to think who else.
Anybody but Keyshawn.
Yeah, anybody but Keyshawn. We know that ain't happening. So maybe a rematch with De Los Santos could happen.
Yeah. Here for boxing. Yeah, I see Bud on there on Twitter. I see Bud egging Shakur on. He's like, yo, man, tell him how you feel, bro. They're already showing everybody how. Basically, Terrence is saying, I'll read it directly. He said, fuck him, little bro. Shakur Stevenson. To Shakur, let them know how you feel. They letting you know how they feel. Yeah, man. I mean, I think Terrence is clearly has a perspective on
what's going
on dealing with a Bob Arum, right? And how he had to separate. So I'm sure he's all. Listen, man. Bud is let me tell you guys something, bro. Bud is in a position of where he's mentoring Shakur, right? Mentoring him, and Shakur is very confident right now in the way he's carrying it. Everybody's trying to figure out where Shakur is going. We've all considered the PBC. We've considered Floyd Mayweather Promotions. We're considering Matchroom with Eddie Hearn. We got all these different things that's running through our minds. And you're looking at Terrence right now talking to Shakur and letting him know, tell them to kiss his ass. I mean, look, guys, don't sleep on Turkey's presence in this situation. Because right now, Terrence Crawford is a quote-unquote ambassador of Turkey Al-Sheikh, you know what I'm saying, on Riyadh season in the U.S., as well as who else? Jared Anderson. Who else? He's a super close friend of Shakur and a fighter with Jay Prince. Don't be shocked if Jay Prince is not sitting there middlemaning and coordinating and facilitating a dealing with Turkey Al-Sheikh right now to put him in position to put Shakur Stevens against some of the biggest fights that he can be involved in as far as this is concerned, right? Turkey's going to get those fights. He's going to put him in the ring with those fighters that's going to make sense for Shakur to blow up. Turkey is the kind of guy who's going to put together fights he wants to see. He's not thinking with that underhanded mind thinking that Bob Arum is, which is, I'm going to put Shakur against a style that I know stylistically is not going to favor Shakur looking good. He'll do that on purpose just to sabotage Shakur's, trajectory and make his value go down so that Shakur will stay with him and take, some, I don't want to say low ball, but definitely we'll say a fair or bargain rate for Bob Arum. You see Terrence Crawford egging him on. I wouldn't be shocked at all if Shakur Stevenson next week or the next 2 weeks was to become the third ambassador, you know what I'm saying, of Riyadh season. What do you think about that, Ray? Is that something? Am I reaching there?
Strong possibility, especially now that he has made some ties with his former sparring buddy and close friend, who's very closely involved with Turkey Al-Sheikh. That can be a very strong possibility. I think Turkey wants to get into every division of boxing. I also want to just point out when you brought up Bud Crawford is look how Bob Arum moved Bud. Look at the fights that Bud took when he was fighting for Bob. At the end of the day, he had a long career there, and as he moved through the ranks, we see some similarities where he fought Eastern European fighters, and it looked tough for Bud. I mean, even Mean Machine looked like he put him down, right?
Right.
So we've seen this happen before, in other words. So we're now at a point where, guess what? We think that Tank could beat Shakur, just like we thought Earl can beat Bud.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, until it happens, we need to stop pushing that button, bro. Like, we need to really see, because this dude could turn up and be all types of trouble for Tank.
Yeah, 100%, Ray. I agree with you so much on this because, and that's what Turkey kind of brings that fair play X factor, wild card to the table, right? Dave Lamar asked a great question, Dave, and you've been asking some. Dave Lamar, man, I might need to rent you up, bro. Like, I like your presence and your contribution to the channel. I ain't gonna lie. He says, "What?" Huh?
No, his next question, his next answer. I didn't. I thought Earl gonna beat him too.
Yeah. But he says, what are the best fights for Shakur? Does he really need a tailor-made opponent to look good? Listen,
No.
David, this is how I would answer that question and say, shout out to Rob Lowe. It takes two to make things go right? It's about them dance partners, man. You saw Jerome Boots Ennis. And we're going to use him as an example because he had a fight. What was the guy who he's fighting that was like, I call him the Russian ballerina. Like, he was beautifully dancing and staying.
About, Karen Kakajuna?
Yeah, Karen Kakajuna, man. I'll never not smile in my head when I'm saying that man's name, but I've learned to discipline myself enough to not laugh into the camera when I'm saying that name. But definitely in the back of my head, every time I say that name, it's 100% tickling my stomach. It's 100% tickling my funny bone. Like, I'm definitely feeling like laughing at him. But much respect to that guy, right? But Jerome Boots Ennis, somebody who we know to be a high-level boxer, high IQ, cutting the ring off. You know what I mean? He checks all the boxes. he had a hard time. He had a boring fight against that guy. That guy made that night a shitty night to the point to where it actually helped Jerron get a bigger fight the next fight, because they're like, oh, maybe this guy, they saw that as a knock, a chink in the armor of Jerron Boots Ennis. You know what I mean? So when you get in the ring with these fighters, man, that just aren't going to deliver that B-side or that, you know, that dance partner energy I need in order for this fight to be that way, it becomes very difficult. Matchmaking is a big part of fighting, man. Especially when you talk about in boxing where the best don't fight the best, right? Shakur Stevenson needs to be in the ring with the best. That's where, in my opinion, you're going to see the best version of Shakur. You need to see him in there with people who can actually beat him, people who are going to be difficult for him. That's where you're going to see these exciting fights. That's where you're going to see him either barbecue or mildew. So, you know, I hope that answers the question to a degree about whether or not it's necessary that these fights are tailor-made. Matchmaking is a big deal in the sense of making great fights. Matchmaking is essential. That's one of the things that Turki Al-Sheikh brings to the table, is his matchmaking abilities. When you look at the card that he has coming up right now on August 3rd, that's a matchmaking masterclass there. You know what I mean? People are looking at those fights like, yo, these fights would never be made and all be on the same card, because they understand that promoters are way too vested in giving their fighters the right looks, and we suffer in the long run and don't get to see the best fights because of that. Turki's eliminating that. He's saying, look, bro, I'm going to pay these guys what they need to be paid, but I want to see them fight who they're supposed to fight. I want to see him fight who they're supposed to fight. I want to see Deontay Wilder in there with Joshua Parker. Well, I mean, what's his name? What's my man's name that just beat Deontay 2 fights ago? Oh, Joseph Parker. And I want to see him in there with Zhilei Zhang. I want to see him in there with Anthony Joshua. I want to see him in there with, you know what I mean, big fighters. I don't want to see him in there with somebody I never heard of. I don't want to see him in there with Robert Helenius. I have no interest in seeing that. You know what I'm saying? You're going to see Raymond Ford go over there and fight a Nick Ball and see one of the best fights you ever seen. And even though Raymond Ford lost the fight and lost his title, it was still a super competitive fight. Turki's going to give those matches. Matchmaking is super important in boxing. And Shakur Stevenson, with the right matchmaker, and Turki Al-Sheikh could definitely check the boxes in that area, could literally change the whole perspective on the way you see Shakur Stevenson if you put him in the ring with the right fights. And the right fights with Shakur Stevenson are the most competitive fights that he can get in front of. A William Zepeda fight is an example of a great fight for Shakur Stevenson, because William Zepeda is going to push that gas. He's going to keep that pressure. He's going to throw high volume punching. Shakur's going to have to get himself out of trouble. You're going to see him deal with adversity. And if you see him dominate somebody like William Zepeda, right, and not run around the ring like he did with De Los Santos, but fight closer to what you saw him do with Artem Harantunian, right there, you guys are going to see what the game's been missing. You're going to see the Shakur Stevenson that gave us the eye test to think that he was a generational talent, one of the best fighters in the game, because you're going to give him an opportunity to showcase that. Period.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So matchmaking is important. So we can move on to the next topic unless you want to close out and put some perspective on it.
Yeah, I did. That's why I actually typed it in the super chat. Rocky moments. That's what I was talking about with adversity. Every fighter needs a Rocky moment. Let me tell you, one of the recent fighters that had a Rocky moment. I hate bringing this up. Devin Haney. Devin Haney had his Rocky moment because, believe it or not, on the points, that guy totally won that fight on points. On points. Besides the knockdowns, he kept getting up. He kept fighting.
Right.
You know, he persevered. He lost the fight. I mean, because of the knockdowns. But I think if only one of those knockdowns happened, we're talking a whole different moment in that fight. But guess what? He gained more respect for me from getting up and showing that he can, you know, keep fighting and keep going and showing strength. And I can see the same thing with Shakur Stevenson. Doesn't matter if he wins or loses, in my opinion. I mean, that's why you fight. You fight to win, or you fight, maybe you take an L. But by fighting the best, you're going to see, not Ryan, that Ryan was the best, and I didn't want to say his name, but not that he was the best or not, but you fight the challenges that are tough. You never know when that moment's going to come. And when those moments come, it's when you dig into that bag, when you grab that adversity, when When can you pull something out of that bag, pause, and help you win this fight or persevere? That's what we want to see at the end of the day, and we want to see what those talents really are. And that's what Clay, I think, was alluding to. If we only see one stage of you because you're fighting the same fighter, you're not helping. People are going to be bored. They're going to be like, "Yo, this is wash, rinse, repeat." You know what I mean? We don't want to see that. We want to see, yo, wash. This shit got dirty. Yo, we got to wash this shit again. Stuff again. You know what I mean? And that's what we want, because you don't get that all the time. You don't have to repeat it. You get something different, and that's what you want.
100%, bro. Well said, and well articulated. You know what I mean? That's definitely that's definitely what it takes. And I don't think, listen, man, the casual fan today doesn't understand the significance of these things. They don't. And you know, that's what we want to highlight on this channel. You know, I mean, this is why the time is being taken to have these conversations. And I encourage the boxing space to stay inside of conversations like this, because that's what we're missing. When you see somebody, people would rather feed into the idea that a fighter is not who we know they were before. You know what I mean? They'd rather, you know what, he's just not him. We thought it's not necessarily it, because you haven't seen him properly tested. You haven't seen him properly tested to prove it or disprove it yet. You haven't seen him in the ring with that kind of fighter. You know, one of the things that gives Shakur Stevenson a lot of hope for me is the fact that he's sitting there saying, put me in there with Zepeda. He's been asking, put me in there with Tank. Put me in there with Loma. He's begging for these fights. Begging for them. Put me in there with the dangerous guy. Right. You know what I'm saying? With the guy you think is going to put me in there with him. Hurry up and put me in there with him. You're going to stick me with Artem. I mean, I got to do what I got to do, because I got to make a living. I got to take care of my family. I'm in the middle of a dispute right now with my promotional company because they're not giving me the fights I want. He tried to get Manuel Navarrete, right? He was like, yo, let me in the Manuel Navarrete fight for that vacant WBO. What they do? Nah, they pulled him out of that, gave him Artem, and gave Navarrete to Dennis Berinchyk. Who's Dennis Berinchyk? I know he was number one, you know what I'm saying, in that WBO ranking, but at the end of the day, Shakur Stevens is one of your star talents. You put him in a position to get that title. He's probably not leaving Top Rank right now as unified champion. You know what I'm saying? You start putting him in the ring and working your tail off to put him in those matches he needs to be in. It's a whole different conversation. Right. But when you're dealing with somebody like, unfortunately, it's Bob Arum right now. Let's keep it 100. And like somebody said in the chat earlier, Bud went through the same thing, right? Like, it's like he looked a certain way. People try to throw that in his face when he was trying to get the Errol fight. Who have you fought? Oh, you ain't done this, you ain't done. That's not his fault. That shows you how important matchmaking is. You know what I'm saying? Like, people actually thought that because he didn't fight all the fighters that Errol Spence fought, that he was not better than Errol. That Errol was going to just like overpower him, not realizing a lot of casual fans, I'm saying, people who knew boxing, like I think it was Dave Lamar who spoke on and said he knew that was going to happen. So people who knew boxing understood how competitive that fight was going to be. At a minimum, you had it 50-50, but a lot of people, even the Vegas odds, had Terrence Crawford as a favorite for that fight. But a lot of people didn't really know what Terrence brought to the table. Why? Because of who he fought. The matchmaking. Because his resume, according to what people saw, didn't match Errol's resume. Matchmaking is paramount, guys. Super important in a fighter's career. Super important.
Facts.
You know what I mean? So Shakur being WBC champ makes it more difficult. Different sanctioning bodies. Hold on. Rachel said different sanctioning bodies in Shakur being WBC champ makes it more difficult. I don't know. I don't know what she's saying.
For unifications and stuff like that.
Okay. David Lamar says, Bud broke every body that was put in front of him. Despite the hate from Bob, he just kept winning 100%. And in a way, Shakur is doing that. He's not breaking everybody, and stopping everybody like Bud was doing. But in all honesty, he is fighting with a little bit of he's boxing and he's beating who they put in front of him, but it's an uphill battle because he's really not getting the best matchmaking that he could be getting, in my opinion. I think they could do way better on the matchmaking for Shakur than they've done for him. And that alone probably has Shakur hurt and wanting his feelings hurt and wanting him to just leave Top Rank.
And the second motion onto that, Clay, the Oscar, bringing up Oscar Valdez again. Bob didn't want to make that fight with Oscar. Shakur forced that fight. That was a tough fight for Shakur, and look what happened when he got on the grand stage with somebody that actually was a good boxer. I mean, it turned out to be that he went on a losing streak after that. Look what happened. He was able to showcase his skill set. You know what I mean? So putting somebody in front of him that he knows as a great fighter, he was another champion. The guy was, if I'm not mistaken, he was undefeated at that point, and Shakur beat him easily. Easily. And that guy was a puncher. That guy had, was a come forward fighter, can cut off the ring, because he was cutting off the ring on Shakur.
Right.
And Shakur beat him. So.
Yeah, I'm going to go on record and keep on saying this. Shakur Stevenson is one of those fighters that does better when you raise the level of competition that's in front of him. He steps up to that. He shines there. People who are not on his level, Shakur, because of how defensively minded he is and how safe he is, if he thinks he can beat you and do the smallest amount of work, instinctively, that's what he's going to do. And he's going to give you that boring fight because it's like, I don't need to do any more than this.
Right.
I can just take the fight this way.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys. He has developed that killer instinct, though, 100%, man. And that's what when I said the B class and the C class, the A class fighter and the C class, the A class boxer and the C class fighter. That's who Shakur is, right? He's somebody who just, when it comes to taking risk, he's not really comfortable doing that. If he doesn't need to, you heard him arguing with Moses. Like, why should I do that? This is working. I'm already about to take this guy out of here. He was like, nah, dude, I need you to step up because, in Moses' mind, they just robbed O'Shaquie nasty this last fight that just happened, bro. You already know this is your last fight on the contract. Don't give him an excuse. Just end this dude. But, Shakur's just like thinking the same way probably O'Shaquie was like, how could they take this away from me? I'm busting this dude's head at a minimum 8 rounds of 4, if not more, 9-3, you know what I'm saying, or something like that. How can they take away from me? Well, they just took away an 11-1 for O'Shaquie. O'Shaquie was winning 11 rounds when they took it away. So
I guarantee you, if Artem wasn't a PBC fighter and he was a top ranked fighter, we might have seen a different outcome. It's very possible.
Wow,
very possible. Just keep that in mind, y'all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So let's segue out of this. I won't take any wild guess of where Shakur's going. I have no idea. I think Turki Al-Sheikh is definitely a big. I've heard Shakur in the past talk about how he was very interested in fighting for Turki, back in the day. Terrence is over there with Turki. Jared Anderson's over there with Turki. That's his people. That's his family right there. That's his. You know what I'm saying? That's his. So him going to Turkey is very realistic. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see where Shakur decides to take it from here, and obviously we'll speak on it as it develops. But segueing into probably the highlighted part of the evening in its own way, right? This huge robbery that we saw in Newark, O'Shaquie Foster, seemingly, possibly being forced into a 135 division if he can't get any act right in that 130 division to get his rematch. I don't see him fighting just to be fighting at 130. If he has no title contention in there, no opportunity to become a champion there or be a champion there, then what really is his purpose is staying at 130 pounds. A huge robbery. A huge robbery. I don't know, Ray. I mean, I'll let you speak on it and break it down what happened that night and just, put some perspective and some understanding of what we saw.
Yeah. What we saw was utterly, you said robbery in Newark. Man, that looked like the streets of Irvington to me. No disrespect to Irvington, but yeah, that was straight robbery, man. That was like man, that was like the setup. And you bring the bride to the wedding, and she and who's waiting to the groom waits for the bride, my bad. And the bride just runs away, and you sitting there waiting that you pay for all this.
Looking crazy in front of all the guests, like.
Right. And she run away, and you like, yo, where's she at?
Who was in love? Yeah, who was in love yesterday? That was a terrible moment, and I feel bad for homie because I think what he did. First of all, he came all the way from Texas. Now I get Kasaki. I like Robson. I think Robson's been a very tough opponent for a lot of fighters. I think his only really tough fight was, even the Valdez fight was tough for him too, but not as tough as him fighting Shakur. Right.
But as far as the other fights, they were all tough fights for him. And I think his last fight, he showed that he was, he was able to, beat somebody significantly that wasn't ranked or a champion. But he's had all these tough fights, and he got another shot at a title. And I don't think he won this one. Now, I think the one he did win was Navarrete, and they didn't give him that fight. And I don't know if this is like, hey, you know what? We want to see this guy fight Navarrete again. That was a draw. Our guy got to get this lick back. We need to make our star better. First of all, my guy went up to another division and lost. He didn't even capitalize on that opportunity. Right. So he definitely got to get 2 belts so he can run around his division with his chest poked out.
Right.
Pause. And I just think that's wrong because you knew in your hearts of hearts that if he was having trouble with Barichek, what would he do with Oshaki? If Oshaki wanted that fight. I don't think Navarrete touches Oshaki. And Oshaki wanted that. He wanted that fight, believe it or not, and they moved him on to Robson, Kaseki. And I think it's just crazy that they just made that decision based on what? You know what I mean? Just to move him up or force him out the division, maybe force him off to let him sign somewhere else.
Right.
Hey, if he signs somewhere else, what do you think they're going to do? Move him up to 135 either way. So he's forced up to put him into the division where we was talking earlier, where it's about to get hot up there. Somebody say it was already hot. No, it's about to get hot because when he move up, guess what happens? No, he's not at 135. He's the 130-pound champion at WBO champion. He fought for the WBO with the WBO. Right. So if you have the WBO in a division above or under, you can actually fight for the title in that division in between those, wherever you're at. And I think you can ask for that fight. If I'm not mistaken. Rachel's in the chat. She'll correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe you can ask for that fight. And you could probably, I think you could pass. You become the mandatory or whatever it is.
Right. And when you talking about the WBO? Yeah, they do that all day. Yeah, right. They into that.
And
they did it for Bud. They just did it with Bud for Sebastian Fundora. They just did it with Navarrete to fight against Dennis Berinchyk.
Right.
You know what I mean? They're talking about doing it for Tio to go up and fight Brian Norman.
Right.
At 147. You know what I mean? That's another conversation.
But so with that being said, it just removed all possibilities of him capturing that belt and moving up to fight for the WBO, to move it to 135 and becoming a champion there and relinquishes his belts anyway. Right. But I guess to them is, you know what, you got one fight left. Why don't you move up on our side? That way we can resign you and we can try to force some of these championship fights, going forward. Right. But then you're at 135. We're not going to keep you at 130. You have a tough time. You're 129.9 pounds. You're right there knocking on the door. Dude, this is not easy for you. It don't look like, so let's get you up there. And he's probably like, dude, I made this easy. I can do this. I was just, some issues. At the end of the day, it was wrong. I don't know who's behind the scenes, whether it was the sanctions, whether it was the top ranked, whether it was somebody else in play. But it's not right for a guy to lose his title that way. And that was, of course, one of the biggest robberies I've ever seen. It's all you, Clay.
No doubt. 100%, man. I think the game, a game is being played, and there's interest where, you want to know what's going on, follow the money, right? I would say clearly, in my opinion, just watching what happened that night and watching how it turned out, that Top Rank, Bob Arum, whoever you want to say, the powers that be, have plans for that WBC title, and those plans didn't involve Oshaki Foster. They just didn't involve him. Oshaki Foster, when he fought against, I want to say his name was Ricky Hernandez or something of that nature. I can't remember what his name was, but, had a very competitive fight with him where he had to really rally up at the end of that fight. I don't know if he had to, but one could say he might have had to get that stoppage in that last round. And he mentioned, having, people were already rumoring that he was having issues cutting and making that weight, that he was having a hard time. Then he goes and he moves on to fight Abraham Nova. He moves forward to fight Abraham Nova and has difficulties, admittingly saying that his legs went under him. And also mentioning the fact that, what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to hire a nutritionist. Once again, shining light on the idea that he might have been having problems cutting weight in that division. But moving forward with his nutritionist seeming like he made this weight pretty easily for this fight against Robinson Conceição, right? So it's reasonable to argue that because of the nutritionist and his ease in making the weight at 130, that he probably changed his mind a little bit and decided, like, listen, man, I'm not going to go to 135 right now. I'm going to sit down here. And like Ray said earlier, let me go ahead and get at Navarrete, right? Let me get an opportunity to unify down here. And who knows, maybe even get in position to chase undisputed down here. And Top Rank, in my opinion, and I'm just, this is just speculation, there's big fights to make for O'Shaquie Forster at 135. And listen, let's be clear about what I mean by big facts. Salute Inevitable D-Town. Salute. What I'm saying when I say big fights at 135, I'm talking about big money, right? That's what a big fight is, big money. And big money, who has vested interest in making the big money? Well, Top Rank, Bob Arum does. They're not making the biggest amount of money they can with O'Shaquie Forster at 130. And if he's not going to move on his own and take that motivation to go to 135 on his own and get with the program that we already kind of had a conversation about, even though we didn't, we all kind of understood the same exact thing. But all of a sudden you decided that legacies become more important to you than money. That's cool. We'll just snatch your WBC title away from you. You'll be upset about it, but you'll come at us in the next best opportunity we have for you, being that O'Shaquie Forster has one more fight left on his Top Rank. He's either going to play fair, he's either going to play ball and get a great fight at 135, or he's going to be a pain in the ass and they're going to give him an absolute nobody to fight at 130 to hurt his value and put him as a free agent, and nobody's going to want him unless they want to pull him up to 135, which is ultimately... Right. He's going to have to take that into consideration to say, if I'm going there any damn way, if after I leave Bob Arum in Top Rank, I'm going to have to go to 135. Anybody who signs me is not going to want to play inside that 130 pool. There's no money there. Right. You know what I'm saying? There's no money there. We're going to go fight Lamont Roach. Lamont Roach just fought on Pro Box on a Friday night, bro. Right. Who knows what he got paid for that fight? We don't want to get involved in that business. Who you going to go fight? Emmanuel Navarrete over our dead body? You know what I'm saying? He's a Top Rank fighter. We're going to stick him in there with Conceição and have a sequel right after he go ahead and beat Oscar Valdez up. And if Oscar Valdez wins that fight, great. That's a Mexican against a Brazilian right now who has a growing fan base in the combat sport right now. Brazil has got a huge fan base. They support their fighters as well. So it's a win-win.
That's right. Also a rematch.
And also a rematch. A sequel. Listen, there's so many opportunities for them to make big fights at 130 with Robinson Conceição. The conversation of O'Shaquie Forster and the topic of O'Shaquie Forster, there's money to be made with him. He's a fighter who's a great dancing partner at a minimum and maybe even a champion. He could be at 135. But the money for a promotional company with O'Shaquie Forster seems to be at 135 pounds. If you're wondering where the politics came to play into what you saw Saturday night, follow the money. I would argue and speculate that had a lot to do with what we looked at on Saturday night. Ugly, but might be inconveniently true.
I believe that's the case. I mean, I want to stay, like I said, I want to stay as far away from guessing and pointing fingers, but it's like you said, follow the drip.
Follow the drip. You want to follow the drip. Yep. You want to find why it's flooding down there? Follow the drip. Go find out. That's where it's at. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And that's what it looks like to me. So at the end of the day, if y'all don't know what that's from, go watch House Party. Robin Williams, very funny. But that's another rest in peace to
the legend, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? Y'all don't know that's a different era of time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I make us look old. You know what I'm saying? Test
right.
2, baby. Right. Yeah.
Right. But yeah, man. At the end of we we gotta respect that, man, and see where that's going. And guess what? Things like that only make you a better fighter because what saddens me is that he hasn't lost since he lost his mom, and he made that vow that he wasn't going to lose. He's going to continue to be a champion and rise to the occasion, and they stripped him of that, man. That's what really bothered me, and I think that's what hurt him is that promise he made. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I kind of understand. I feel his pain for the person that lost their parent, their mother too. So I understand. You know what I mean? We make these promises. So I'm not trying to get emotional or have anybody feel sorry for me. It is what it is. But and I don't mean that in disrespect to anybody or my mom, but I understand where he's going with that, and it's hurtful, man. If you can't live out these promises like that, that was something that was keeping him going, and you literally just took something from him that was promising.
Yeah, man. Something he earned.
Yeah, shout out to Rob Sekiao for keep pushing and getting these championship fights and eventually getting one.
Right. Yo, for sure, man. It's crazy the way it happened. I don't think he earned it in that ring, in that fight. I think, I say that because a lot of people are gonna be like, what are you congratulating him for? Well, it's a journey to get to where he's at. If you just paid attention to his journey and how many title fights he lost and opportunities he had to try to get, that was like his third or fourth consecutive title. No, not consecutive. His last fight wasn't for a title, but it was for a mandatory, right, to get into this situation. So he's been chasing a title for a minute, coming out the Olympics. Yeah, man, it'd have been great to watch him win the fight, like really win the fight. Would have been better. But listen, man, he's in position right now to get involved in some big fights. 130 is his division. He's probably not coming to 135. They're probably looking at making a whole lot of big fights with him down there. And we wish him the best. O'Shaquie Foster got the doo-doo end of the stick. But we'll see if he's able to make lemonade with these lemons that he's been given, because I think there are opportunities for him at 135. I'm not going to lie to you. I think there's some great fights for him, fights that I would love to see him involved in at 135. I hate to make it sound like I'm justifying this whole entire nasty work that was done by the Top Rank Saturday night, but there are opportunities for O'Shaquie Foster to get involved in some way bigger fights at 135, get some way bigger paychecks, and ultimately affect his bottom line in a very positive way, as ugly as what we saw Saturday night was. You know what I mean? As ugly as it was. We'll see what that turns into for him. But what else? Did you see the Sean Garcia fight?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Sean Garcia, just to segue out of that, Sean Garcia jumps into, getting into this fight with Armando Vargas, and, he misses weight like his brother, right? He puts himself in position where he's 3 pounds. He's 3 pounds too heavy, very coincidental. But, gets into a fight with Armando, and that 3 pounds did not help him out. If anything, I'll be honest with you, if we're going to compare what Ryan Garcia did with Devin Haney, that's what you might have expected to see from Ryan Garcia to a degree, as far as coming in 3 pounds overweight usually coincides with not being in shape. You know what I'm saying? Not being in shape. Whereas Ryan was able to, and Ryan wasn't in shape too. He got winded a little bit, between rounds, what was it, 2, 3, and 7, or somewhere 3 and 4.
Yeah, two, I think it was rounds 2 through 6.
Yeah, 2 through 6, right? 4 rounds of him trying to get his win back and things of that nature. Well, Sean wasn't able to move around and didn't have that equalizer that his brother did, and Armando came in top level conditioning as a Vargas. You know what I'm saying? As a Vargas coming to represent his family, and just really just picked up the pace on Sean Garcia in a pace that he couldn't keep up with. What did you think of that fight?
Celebrity. You really want to be honest? Celebrity status. I thought it was honestly, I'll be honest. I thought it was just tasteful, especially after the situation that's going on and his brother being put in the news for all the wrong reasons, and I think that took a lot away from Sean. In all honesty, it took a lot away from that fight, because even with the Vargas brothers, I think they both fought in recent times also. So being that Armando was in there fighting, I don't think he really got to shine, because I think a lot of the media and all the stuff around it just didn't make sense.
Right.
It was good for the name base and the history of the names, but it just didn't live up to anything, and it was like a one-sided butt kicking, and it was just is what it is. Like I said, it wasn't nothing that made me jump out the seat and say, "Oh my goodness, this is a great fight." It just really, I thought it would be, but just wasn't.
Right. That fight was just an exciting fight, just visually, but I wasn't interested in that fight at all. I think that was Armado's first. I think that was an 8-round fight. That obviously got stopped. It was like 3rd or 4th round.
I think it was somewhere around there.
Yeah. It was a fight I wasn't that interested in, to be honest with you. But I think the space might have been a little happy about the results just because of the Garcia family situation. You know what I mean? They kind of wanted to see Sean fall. And I'll be honest with you, not to, segue out of that or I think Sean Garcia might be the only innocent person in the Garcia family right now. You know what I'm saying? He's the one person I actually see where he's just like, yeah, bro, that's my brother. I'm going to support him. But I don't even talk to him, which is within itself, if you put some thought in it, speaks volumes, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? He's like, I don't even talk to homie like that. So, yeah, bro, I'm going to support him, though he's my brother, you know what I mean? I don't think he cheated, you know what I mean? That's one thing I can say, but everything else he's doing, yeah, bro, I don't got nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? And he looks innocent in his face. Like, you know what I mean? He looks innocent in his face. He's the only person, but, you had to catch the what is it? Fathers of the sins of the father. You know what I'm saying? The sins of the father, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It is what it is, you know what I'm saying? Now, I could get into fights that we got coming up this weekend, but we got to save some content for tomorrow, you know what I'm saying? We got things going on tomorrow. You know what I mean? Tomorrow we'll be talking about Jerron Boots Ennis and his card coming up. We also got a Top Rank has a card coming up as well. Who is it? We got Tevin Farmers fighting Raymond Moritalo this weekend.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And then we got Janabek, who's fighting Mikhailovich for a title shot. Janabek is he's in the middleweight division. I thought that Carlos Adames was the WBC champion. Am I right? In middleweight?
Hold on. I think isn't he the IBF though?
No. He got the WBC title that was taken off of Charlo. So I believe Janabek.
Oh, hold on. Yeah. Hold on a second. Hold on. Janabek should be champ.
I would think that Janabek has a WBO and the IBF because he's a unified champion.
Yeah, he says IBF and WBO.
Okay.
Carlos Adames is WBC and Laura is the WBA.
Right. So he's having a fight this weekend as well. Interested in seeing what Tevin Farmer's going to be looking like this weekend. He's been on a little bit of a hiatus. I heard that he's actually been fighting though. I've heard that he's been fighting. I just haven't seen him fight, so I don't know where he's been fighting. But I heard that Tevin Farmer's been staying busy, taking like little fights here and there.
Yeah, I heard. You might have been in that thing. I'm not trying to be funny. Oshaki, there's another boxing league I don't know about, but even though I'm gonna say the Shockey Foster, the other cat, Rashidi Ellis is in this league. It's another professional league out there that's really like getting all these fights, and that's where he went to after his loss. I don't know if that's where he could be fighting. You know what I mean? One of these like other leagues, or just being on a circuit somewhere in somebody's gym. Who knows? I don't know, but he's back. Supposedly he's back, and he wants to make a statement because he still wants that tank fight.
Right. Well, we'll see. I don't see him getting into that conversation at all. I just don't see I don't think there's room for him to get in that fight.
If he beats the brakes off Martello, it is. If he doesn't,
I mean, yeah, if he does, maybe. I just know Tank also hates him. Hates him to the point to where he would starve him of a fight. Unless he was like get a belt and put himself to really in that conversation, would not allow Tevin Farmer to get an opportunity to fight him. Well, I know Tank feels like that about boy. He won't even say his name. He said that Philly boy. He don't like him at all.
The funny part with that is Tank won 7 fights. He only named 6 fighters. So somebody out there is the 7th fight, whether it be him. Russell,
I mean, what 6 fighters has he got named? He got Tiafimo.
Devin, Shakur, Loma, Frank Martin, and it was who else did he call up? Oh, Pitbull, right? Was it Pitbull or Ryan? It was one.
Ryan or Pitbull, probably one of each one of them.
It was one of them, and then it was a 7th fight. He never mentioned the 7th fighter.
Maybe he's going to go up to 140 on that 7th fight and you know what I'm saying, run it. I mean, well, Tio might be the 140 fight. and then maybe a Subriel Matias or maybe a William Zepeda or
Inoue. I was thinking Inoue too, but I don't think he goes to 140 and then comes back down. That's the problem.
Nah, yeah, he ain't doing that. I don't think he's doing that.
Yeah, it's a
How
lot.
about? I mean, maybe a Keyshawn.
Nah.
If Keyshawn jumps on and gets a WBO title, he's in there.
I don't think he even cares, honestly.
He's gonna want that undisputed.
I mean, he'll still fight him because he wants to unify undisputed, but I just don't.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
Yeah, it's just, it doesn't seem like that's something that makes him laugh. I think.
J Pitt City, if he's gonna go with it, he said no Inoue. Okay.
Yeah, real deal said it. Real deal said Inoue, and I was like, it can't. Like that's crazy.
He'd have to come down to 130 at least for that fight.
Right.
Inoue has enough. Inoue got enough smoke at 130 right now, even 126. You know what I'm saying? There's smoke down there for him that he can get involved with. He got Shushu down there. You know what I mean? He got a lot of opportunities down there to make something happen. So I don't see Tank getting involved in that situation. You know what I mean? Salute Ross Clout. What's good, family?
Man, what's going on, y'all, man? I'm just stopping by. I ain't gonna stay too long, but congratulations, man, on y'all 1,000 subs, man. Salute.
All right, well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, man. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, man. Thank you, bro. Get your name in. We got your name in the raffle, so you know what I'm saying? Somebody, we got 4 people gonna be walking around, you know what I'm saying? With a nice little bag, you know what I'm saying? That's all blues,
right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Definitely gonna be doing that tomorrow night, actually.
Hopefully,
you know
Frequent wins it, man.
Who?
Hopefully, Frequent Flyer win it.
Yeah, okay. He might cut that record deal then.
That's right.
No doubt.
Hey, I got a question for y'all, right? And I think I asked it in the chat. I'm trying to figure out, I mean, besides the selling point, how come everyone is upset at the way Shakur fight, right? But when it comes to Devin Haney, everyone said, oh, he should have boxed. He should have moved around and used his boxing skill.
I'm glad you said that.
He gave the fans what people want to see. He lost. Ain't nothing wrong with it. But fans wanted to see him box, but they want to see Shakur go toe-to-toe or do whatever, when, to me, he fought a good fight the other night. So what's the difference?
Exactly. You want me to go first, Clay? Because I know
definitely go ahead. Definitely. I know this is up. Yeah.
We talked about this. And the whole thing is, the difference is Shakur doesn't seem like he's bending into the fan base of following suit of what they want. He wants to fight his fight no matter what. The fans just are going to be hypocrites. So they're gonna be hypocritical either way.
Agreed.
They don't get their way. Devin was just foolish enough to fall for, I need to go impress the world, and and I gotta compete with Tank. And he had all these mindsets of doing so instead of just focusing on what he should have done. Regardless, he dared to be great. He dared to be great. So y'all mad at him for daring to be great. But now at the same time, you're kicking his back in because he didn't fight the boring fight you guys always said he did. And Shakur fights the boring fight that he's always fought. He's fought this way forever. And y'all guys are like, oh, he's not a great fighter. Shakur has always been a great fighter. And like I said, it's just the competition got tougher at 135. And because of that, he can't give you the power shots and the knockouts and the stoppages that he did at 126 and 135. He can't. He can, but it's not as easy as it was at those divisions. So we just have to be patient with him. You know what I mean? He's still a great fighter. There's nothing to take away from Shakur's work. You know what I mean?
Right, because my thing is this, right? And I'm sure you guys remember. You guys remember when Floyd Mayweather wore the gladiator suit versus Baltimore, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
He went in there and he fought way more boring than Shakur's last fight. And everyone said that was brilliant boxing. That's what you're supposed to do. And about that, y'all. When Larry Merchant called him out, the fans said, oh, Larry Merchant is racist. They went to the race card when, in fact, you said you was going to be a gladiator, but you fought like Bugs Bunny. Mm-hmm. But that was brilliant boxing. With Shakur, he a runner. I don't understand it.
Right. But you know what?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say this, right? I want to give you like an answer.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Definitely. Yeah, I hear you. I want to give an answer that doesn't make the whole entire boxing space look petty. Oh, okay, he died. I'm gonna give the answer anyway. I want to give an answer that doesn't make the boxing space look petty. I want to give some kind of legitimate answer that, some real reason as to why they're thinking that way. But I got to keep it 100. You know what I mean? And just to say, I think J Pitt City hit it right on the nail. It's hypocrisy. It's pure hatred.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
My bad.
I hear
My
you.
bad. My bad.
No doubt, Ross. You can hear me?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. My alarm had went off.
No doubt. No doubt. Yeah, just to answer your question, I wanted to say that I was going to give an answer that was going to be worthy of some sort of integrity, worthy of some sort of like real perspective that you didn't take into consideration, and you try to shine light on why there's these double standards, clear double standards in the space. But there really isn't one. The truth of the matter is, it's hypocrisy, like J Pitt City said. It's hypocrisy, and it's not an even playing field. And when fans become fans of one fighter, they'll jump on the bandwagon of any excuse they can find to justify their arguments. And there's really nothing else to put on it to make it not sound like what it is, which is dudes is petty, bro, and hypocrites, and they don't need it to make sense to stand on it. They don't need it to be honorable for them to stand on it. It just has to have a light of legitimacy for them to jump on it and push it into the boxing space as facts. Shakur Stevenson, at the end of the day, like I said earlier when you were asking, if he wants to be face of boxing material, high level, one of the highest earners in the space, there are boxes that need to be checked. And he has to take that into consideration. And that's just respecting his choice of what he wants to be, a prize fighter, make it one of the biggest prize fighters in the games. It comes with a cost. It comes with risk.
Yeah,
it comes with risk, and it comes with entertainment.
True.
That's facts. I agree with that, Clay.
Yeah, no doubt.
Just looking at both sides of the window.
Right. It's just a part of its inconvenient truth, right? If Terrence, he made a sacrifice, in my opinion, to say, I'm not going to focus on the money right now. I'm going to focus on the legacy. And then when he decided to focus on the money, he went all in on the money and pissed everybody off, right? Like when it came time to the money, everybody wanted him to fight Boots. He was like, I ain't fighting Boots, bro. Why? Because I'm chasing money now. I want Canelo. I want the biggest fights I can get involved with for the money. Oh, I thought you was legacy. I was, bro. I became a 2-weight class undisputed champion, bro. Don't play with me. Right. You ain't gonna do nothing to hurt my legacy. I'm chasing money now, 100%.
That's a fact.
And salute to Greenville and Mike. Thanks for showing up, brother. Appreciate it.
No doubt, Greenville. Yeah, man. Thanks for the congratulations, Greenville. And you see, we monetize now. We like everybody else. We can get color in the chat. You know what I mean? Cash App's always available, guys, as you can see it at the bottom of the screen, and PayPal if you guys ever want to do that. Probably ideally, to be honest with you, I'd rather hit those money making machines, but definitely got the we're monetized now, so we can get super chats too.
Right.
You know what I mean? But yeah, man. Huh?
Go ahead.
No, man. Go ahead. Ross, when you up here, bro, take your time, bro. We love you up here, bro.
I was about to say another fight. I don't know if you guys remember when Corey Spinks fought Mayorga and he won the undisputed belt that night. That was a boring, undisputed fight.
Right.
100% boring. And so many fans was like, that's what you're supposed to do against Mayorga. He's tough. You're supposed to box and move and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, where are these fans at now? Because all of a sudden now you can't be a boxer. You just gotta knock out and brawl somebody. But then if you try to brawl somebody and you lose, they're gonna revert to, oh, he should have boxed. He should have fought smart. So I don't get it. Right.
So here's where it comes down to. If you look at everyone's favorite fighter, and there's no disrespect to anything, that this is the fan base. Mm-hmm. He lived Tank. I'm talking about Tank. He has a high knockout ratio. So because he's such a great talent that he does that, everyone expects him to wear those shoes that he wears. My bad. As another fighter, you can't always do what other fighters do. Everyone's different. This is why they have different styles and different techniques. But all these fans that claim to be boxing fans don't see that as you see it. Like the questions you're bringing up are great. You know, sometimes you have to box. Here's a great question for you. Sugar Ray had power and skill. Did he knock everyone out? Absolutely not. But guess what he did?
Nope.
Guess what he did? He punished him. He beat him. He used defense. He had quick feet, and he was who he was. I know I bring up Sugar Ray a lot. I know he's like my best all-time fighter, but it's just a great thing to use as perfect for this conversation. Because Sugar Ray did have power, but he got away from that. He stayed in the division for a long time as a welterweight. A lot of people forget. You know what I mean? Yep. So he was knocking them out and winning fights by decision. He got to the point where he moved up. He had a few knockouts, and he still, but he still stayed relevant as I'm going to go the distance. I'm going to win this fight with ease. I'm not going to put myself at risk of injury. And no one cared. You know what I mean? Everybody wanted that knockout. The Tommy Hearns fans and the Hagler fans, they wanted to see him knocked out or knock somebody out. But guess what? He beat a pure knockout artist or a power puncher, I would say. That was a great boxer in Hagler, right? By boxing him. So at the end of the day, boxing wins at the end of the day. So, we have to wait and see.
Yeah, because I think with this generation too, like people are forgetting that boxing is a sweet science. Like it's science to it. If it wasn't a science to it, all of us from the streets would just jump in the ring and fight whoever.
Right.
And it's a sweet science to it. And I think people are forgetting that, right? Like it's hit and not get hit. Like I don't understand if I'm Shakur and I go in there and fight Tank Davis, we know that Shakur is not going to go toe to toe with him, and every fan is going to be upset if that fight goes 12. But isn't Shakur fighting the smart fight? Because if he gets knocked out for going toe to toe, the fans are going to say he shouldn't have done that. I don't understand the hypocrisy, basically, like you said in the chat.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why somebody like Terrence Crawford has gotten in a space where, the great fighters, even Canelo Alvarez, they've gotten into a space where they're like, fuck the fans. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? That they openly say it. Like, I don't care what you guys are saying, because none of you guys ain't the fans of boxing that I need to be impressing, because you guys aren't even really fans of boxing. You're casuals, and all you want to do is see me go out there and fall on my sword in front of you guys for your entertainment, like the Gladiator said. You know what I'm saying? And you don't even want to pay me for it. You want me to do it for free, or you want me to do it for damn near for free, or you want me to make it all make sense for your pockets, but you're not concerned about my pockets. Terrence Crawford had to go through that after he beat Errol Spence. Like, I just beat Errol Spence. I'm a 2-weight class undisputed champion, and you guys won't even give me a couple of months to figure out my shit. You want to strip me of my IBF title and put pressure on me to fight Boots Ennis, even though I got a whole rematch clause that I got to honor. You guys don't give a damn, bro. So at the end of the day, I don't give a damn. You're going to watch me fight the biggest fights I can fight, or I'll retire. But I'm not going to fight who you want me to fight, because it doesn't mean nothing. You fans don't understand. And, going back a little bit to what you said, there it is, Hood Rich. I don't know if you see the link. I just threw it down. Going back to what you said, as far as why was Floyd Mayweather or Corey Spinks allowed to fight the way they did, and why they were able to get the respect they did for fighting the correct fight against these fighters, it's because of the quality of fan. It's the quality of boxing fan. It's the fan that understands what they're seeing and what they're watching, and they can respect the sweet science behind what they're watching and give respect to it. And there's this fan base that's very casual, who don't know nothing about what they're watching. They watch the whole entire fight, waiting for the knockout. And you saw that with Shakur Stevenson the other Saturday night. Once they felt like the knockout wasn't going to come, they were like, "We're going to the club."
Exactly.
They're like, "Oh, let's go to the club, bro." You know what I'm saying? Before it get packed out. You know how the traffic, big brother. We out here. Ain't no boxing happening here.
Right. And to them, knockouts is boxing. That's exactly what it is. And don't get it wrong.
AK Crowder.
It's a part of boxing. And Clay hit the nail right on the head. Like I was saying, and I'm glad Hood Rich is about to pop up. He's probably in the back now. But yeah, I had no idea about this has nothing to do with Tank either. You know what I mean? Like trying to rain on his parade. What I'm saying is
exactly, J Pitt, you're right. That's the correct way to say it.
Right.
J Pitt. He didn't say he wouldn't fight Boots. He said pay me for it. Very
right.
salute. I acknowledge that 100%, J Pitt.
And you know, he's just what people come to see him knock people out. That's what they come to see. And unfortunately, that's what it is. And it shouldn't be about that because people are forgetting the art form and they are forgetting about the dancing partners and what makes boxing great. Seeing colliding styles and the ability to bring fans to the arena and make it a competitive event. If someone gets knocked out, they get knocked out. They go the distance, whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, we have to recognize what it is. What's up, John Norrie?
Salute, John Norrie.
What's good?
At the end of the day, we got to understand that's what it is. It's boxing. It's not fighter fan sport. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, that's what they have taken it to with WWE style. Oh, he's my favorite wrestler or he's my favorite fighter. So no matter what, he's invincible. You know what I mean? He's ripping off his shirt. He's Hulk Hogan in this arena. Like,
Right.
you know what I mean? And that's what we see. We don't see like, oh, this guy has a legitimate chance because at any given night, like football, any given Sunday, you can lose. It doesn't matter. You step into those ropes, anything can happen.
That's
You know what I mean? You hurt your hands. You not feel good. You just have an off night. Your calibration's off. Whatever. Things happen.
Yep, that's true. I agree.
Yeah, man.
Go ahead, John. Yeah, for sure. How you doing, by the way, family? I don't know. Have you been up here before?
Yeah, John.
It's my second time. Yeah.
Okay, no doubt, man. Good to have you back, brother. How you doing, man? What's on your mind?
I'm chilling. I just came off another panel and you was kind of talking about the same thing, man. It's panel I was on, it was a lot of casuals, a lot of Tank fans. And I just feel like we're in a new era right now. It's a new generation of boxing fans that's coming into the sport. So you all been through this, knockouts compared to the sweet science arguments. We had that back in the day. And this is their time to do it. So right now, there's a lot of fighters that are on top right now. You got a Tank, you got Crawford, you got Inoue. A lot of these guys, they're knockout artists and they're very talented. They're very skilled. So the playing field, it's a little bit it's teetering to the side of the knockout artists right now, and that's how it is sometimes. Eventually it'll equal out. But right now, Devin and Shakur and a lot of these guys who are classic boxers are kind of getting that short end of the stick. And it's unfortunate. I just wish that they didn't play into that casual fan base so much. I wish they would lean into their hardcore fan base core and just lean into that. If you're going to punish somebody for 12 rounds and you're just going to outbox them, you're going to make them look silly, lean into that. Don't go into the press conference saying, I'm going to knock you out. I'm going to do this and get your running shoes. Don't play into that crowd. If you're not going to deliver, don't play into that crowd. You're doing yourself a disservice. If you're the boxing elite and that's your calling card, play into that. You can be proud of being a supreme boxer. There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of the top 10 boxers that we look up, like Muhammad Ali, a lot of them guys, Muhammad Ali wasn't knocking out everybody he fought. Sugar Ray wasn't knocking out everybody he fought. He had great power, don't get me wrong. They weren't knocking out everybody they fought. They had no problem boxing a guy, and if the knockout came, they took it for sure. But you have no reason to not lean on what you're great at. If what you're great at is being a supreme boxer, lean into that. And I know Mayweather, he might have leaned into it too much. And now that it's like, okay, are you going to be the bad guy? Or are you going to be this guy? It's like, you don't have to play a character. Be what you are. Talk a lot of shit, and just be who you are. And hold it. Don't try to mix and match and like one fight you're gonna knock this guy out, and another fight you're not gonna go for the knockout. Like, don't do that. Just be consistent. And I feel like you'll get better. You'll get a better response from the fans, especially the casual fans, because they're not gonna be. They know for a fact this is what you do, this is what you're great at. And then when you ask for that Tank fight, you be like, okay, Tank knocks people out, but can you knock me out? And that's when you start building a story for the fight, rather than trying to one up Tank on what he does great. You're not gonna be a better knockout artist than Tank. That's what he does. They built him up for that. That's his proposition to the casual fans. You're not gonna outdo Tank doing that. You can only be yourself. And if you're the supreme boxer, do that. Say, when I bring my supreme boxing skills to your pressure and knockout skills, who's gonna win? Let me see if you can come get me. That's how you build a fight.
I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%, brother. At the end of the day, the fighters sometimes it seems like they get baited into, wanting to be a star and wanting to be, that prize fighter that they want to be. They get baited into conversations they shouldn't be involved with. They get baited into making promises, on things that maybe they think they can deliver. Maybe they think they can deliver on those promises, but it turns into an identity crisis. I think a perfect example of that was Devin Haney against Ryan Garcia just recently. Just an identity crisis, right? Like all of a sudden he was going to be this fighter who's fighting off the front foot and stalking Ryan Garcia and not respecting his power and taking the risk and the chances that the crowd says they want to see for him to be the face of boxing. But what happens when he gets clipped and he gets sat down on his pockets 3 times or arguably 5 times, however anybody wants to look at it? They didn't give him no respect for that. They said he was a hype job. They said, see, we told you. So what's the incentive for him to fight that way? He shouldn't have. He should never compromise who he was to go ahead and fight somebody who brought nothing to the table for him. Not a belt, and like Canelo Alvarez said, 3 extra pounds, you know what I'm saying, and a bunch of antics to the whole entire build up to the damn fight, just to have the whole entire boxing space kick your back in when you lose, trying to please them. He should have stayed true to himself. He should have fought his fight, won the fight in the best way he could win the damn fight. And Shakur would be wise to take notes from that same book. And it looks like he is, to be honest with you. It's just he needs to, shut his mouth and just, But he's not going to make that mistake that Devin did, though. Like, he's like, I might talk some shit, but I ain't finna walk up in that ring and turn into Tank. That's not what I'm finna do. I'm gonna do Shakur. Now, the crowd's going to get pissed at you because you keep offering a knockout. So just listen. You're a champion in the division. That's what you play. It's the same thing as Terrence Crawford. If Terrence Crawford doesn't secure these titles, nobody's going to fight him. He's high risk, low reward without those titles. Same thing with Jerome Boots Ennis. Without titles, nobody's going to fight this guy. You know what I'm saying? He's a high risk, low reward. Abdullah Mason is going to potentially could face the same exact issues and it looks like Top Rank's really trying to pump up his value and get him fighting a lot if he can become must-see boxing. But at the end of the day, people aren't going to volunteer to get in a fight with these monsters or these people who offer all these potential issues in the ring. They have to lock in titles in order to get those fights. Errol Spence, in my opinion, locked it in the same damn way, although people really wanted to see him because he had Texas on lock. But, I don't think it hurt him that he was chasing titles down. So Shakur needs to understand who he is. Shakur, who you are, is a champion. You're a 3-division champion, and wherever you go, you're going to be collecting belts. That's what you're going to be looking to do. And anybody who's interested in becoming a champion or on the road to trying to get undisputed, it's always going to have to deal with you. And once people get to understand who you are, you'll build your own fan base of fans who like legacy, fans who like the sweet science, and fans who can stand behind you because you're a champion and they can talk shit to the other fans who aren't champions and be a fan of you. You just have to commit to who you are and follow through and fight your fight and be who you are, not identity crisis. You know what I mean?
Agree.
Yeah, man. Agree.
You know what I mean? Let's see. Ryan Frazier, Shakur just got to keep winning. Not everyone is going to be a box office star. Shakur makes great money for not having one pay-per-view event. Yeah, Ryan, I mean, in a way you kind of I think that I agree with you 100%, first of all, but at the same time, I believe that there's a niche in there for Shakur to become a pay-per-view star if he sticks to who he is. I think he just has to commit to it and follow it all the way through. I think there's a niche in there. Like I said, what does he have in his back pocket? Tank wants to fight him. And nothing's going to change that. So, and because Tank has his aspirations of what he wants to accomplish in the space, and it has nothing to do with how you looked against Edwin De Los Santos, right? So you're a great fighter. Be a great fighter. Commit to that. That's what you are, Shakur. You're a great fighter. You're a great boxer, should I say? Maybe not a great fighter. You know what I mean? You're a great boxer.
Yeah.
I don't want
semantics in this motherfucker.
I mean, yo, John, we got to keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? We just had a conversation. Let's not give him the wrong accolades. Let's give him the right accolades and celebrate him the way he's supposed to be celebrated. We're not knocking him. I'm not knocking you, Shakur, but I'm not going to lie to you. You know what I'm saying? You ain't, you know what I mean? I'm going to keep it 100 with you. You're a great boxer, bro. And that's what we love about you. That's what you bring to the table. When you get in the ring with Tank, everybody's expecting you to box Tank. Tank is expecting you to box Tank. So, you know what I mean? That's why he wants to fight you, because he's competing. Tank is competing with Shakur on a boxing level. Like, he's like, listen, bro, I'm a better boxer than Shakur. Clearly, I'm a better fighter than Shakur. We don't need to get into that conversation. He ain't going to come in here and try to fight me. But he keeps thinking he's a better boxer than me, and he's not. And I'm going to show him I'm a better. And y'all going to box that night. And everybody's going to be entertained by the great boxing match you're watching. That's it.
Yeah, he really just has to lean into that. I feel like Devin and Shakur have to lean to that, because you can't let the casuals, talk shit to you and you get roused into their whole like BS. Because the casual fans, they're always gonna play chicken and run. They know they're afraid to see Tank in the ring with Devin, because they don't know if Tank gonna catch his ass.
Right.
They're not sure if Tank can catch Shakur's ass, so they always gonna be chicken and run with that shit. They're gonna talk shit on the side when they don't get the knockout, Devin and Shakur, but they're not asking for their fight. They're not running to go pay for that Devin versus Tank fight. They're like, what's Tio doing? They're not really interested in seeing if they man is on that level boxing wise. They gotta lean into that. You are the supreme boxer. Lean into that. You're not a knockout artist. You're not knocking nobody out. You ain't 50%. You're not even 50% on your knockouts. Shut it up. You're not knocking out nobody. Yeah. It is what it is. You are the supreme boxer. You have all the tricks in the ring. There's nothing nobody can get off on the ring if you don't allow them to. Right. Use that. All these guys are trying to chase knockouts. Okay, you can knock that guy out, the slow foot motherfucker. Can you come knock me out though? I don't think you can, and I think you know that, and I think you're scared. Lean into that. Don't see, back in the day, maybe 2-3 years ago, they were leaning into that. Once Tank became a true pay-per-view star, they got pulled into this whole social media game of trying to chase after the casual fans. Like, dog, like you didn't become Shakur off of casual fans. You didn't become Devin off of casual fans. You had the hardcore boxing fans on lock because you were the goods and you were going out there showcasing the sweet science. That's why you got your name. Nobody was watching you because they thought you were a knockout artist, or because you could bring in casual fans. That's not your core audience. Stick to your core audience. When you get that big fight and you can possibly make a jump to the casual fans, then you can talk about the casual fans. Until then, you got to stay consistent to who you are. And I feel like a lot of times when these guys be on social media all day and night reading the comments, they get caught up in that, and it's you're losing sight of the goal. It's a journey. It's not a race. You're not gonna beat the cat. Like, this dude Tank has been standing next to Mayweather for 5, 6, 7 years, knocking people out. You're not gonna compete against that. No matter how good you look in the ring, no matter how much you put a beating on these guys for 12 rounds, these dudes can't even win 2 rounds off you. No matter how good you are in that ring, you're not going to compete against that. If a dude is standing next to Mayweather and just straight up knocking dudes out, you see them uppercuts, you're not going to beat that with a jab. Right. You're not beating that with a jab. So you just got to admit to to where you at right now. And there's nothing wrong with that. Because a lot of these dudes, a lot of these Mexican fans, everybody talks about the Mexican fan. These dudes ain't selling no pay-per-view events.
That's a fact.
Devin sell more than all these guys.
That's a fact.
I mean, they make it sound like Canelo is like, and all these Mexican fighters, they're all selling out. No, it's just one dude.
Right.
Man, I went to one Canelo fight, man. I thought Tank was the shit. I went to Canelo fight. I was like, yeah, boy, you ain't got it yet.
You ain't there yet. Like, you my guy and everything, but this dude Canelo is a whole different conversation.
Like Tank bring all like the black superstars out, like the rappers, the everybody that's somebody, and like they black, they come. But Canelo, it's just different, bro. I don't know.
He bringing out the diplomats and the damn, and the, you know what I'm saying? He bringing out, it's just a different conversation. Yeah, man.
He got them white collar boxing fans.
Yeah, and he got them fans that'll follow him everywhere. Like everywhere he goes, they'll follow him. He'll go overseas, they'll follow him. He goes to Texas, they're following him. He goes into California, Vegas. He goes in all these places. They're gonna follow him. They're gonna pack it out.
Right. And before we get too far off topic, I think even what John Norrie actually said was really good about the challenges. About maybe Devin and Shakur giving a challenge to Gervonta Davis. I think it's very possible. I think me and you talked about this a long time ago, Clay, that we see that Devin is the one that makes Tank probably go in his tool bag. And we want to see that. Like I said, we don't want to see – we're not – I knew he was going to laugh. I knew he was going to laugh.
Listen, no, you my guy, though. You my guy.
Listen. I'm going to keep it real with you, right? Tank has to find some form of adversity, bro. And I think that as long as he keeps winning the way he wins, he's going to keep looking like a superhero to people. And until somebody sees some type of flaw or somewhere he has to go and be that guy where he has to pick, like, has to go in that bag and switch up a style or do something different, that's when they be like, yo, for real, like, now he's that guy. Because this guy did some things and made him move around the ring a little bit, made him look a little, made him dizzy for a minute. Now he coming out and he like, yo, all right, you want to play that? Let me get my skates on too. Here we go. And then, you know what I mean, no longer Elmer Fudd chasing the rabbit. It becomes the rabbit beating the hare. You know what I mean? The tortoise, my bad.
Yeah, listen, I agree. I agree with Ray. Let me tell you why. And we do talk about this type of stuff, right? And listen, Calvin Ford, ever since Calvin Ford's been saying this for a long time now, I'm looking for that fighter who's going to push that button, right? That's what the journey's about, right? For Tank Davis. Well, maybe not for Tank Davis, but as far as the conversation of Tank Davis, the topic of Tank Davis is what fighter is going to get in the ring and give him the right situation, the right look that's going to cause Tank to jump into his bag and show the world something that the world hasn't seen from Tank.
It's definitely one of them fighters, though, right?
Right. You know what I'm saying? It's probably Devin and Shakur, probably one of them.
I don't know which one.
Hey, it might be Loma. I mean, I know everybody's thinking that. I know everybody thinking that he's going straight up. I assume he's going to knock out Loma, but I'm assuming Tank is. I'm assuming Tank is what he is. But if for whatever reason he's not, that's going to be a hard fight for Tank. If he gets in there with Loma and Loma starts putting on that gas and Tank don't want to keep up his level. He don't want to change levels with Loma. He don't want to give, because Loma's gonna be throwing punches. And I know y'all think that Loma. I know y'all thinking Loma gonna be backing up, and he not. No, I'm pretty 100% sure Loma does not care about getting knocked out. If you think he's gonna cower to Tank and not throw punches and not do his little I'm gonna go step to the right side bullshit he does every fight to everybody. If you think Loma's gonna turn into another different fighter, it's not gonna happen. So when Tank puts his high guard up and he starts letting Loma go off, Loma can punch. Yeah, so I'm assuming that Tank's gonna box a little bit to win that fight. Now if Tank, if his boxing ain't up to speed, and he lets Loma start going off and start touching him a bit, that could be a hard fight for him. I don't think that's gonna happen. But if Tank isn't who we think he is, that's gonna be a hard fight, and y'all gonna have a long weekend, because when they both looking bruised up in there, he might get a late stoppage, but it ain't gonna be an easy fight.
Bro, you got Loma stopping Tank?
No. I got Tank stopping Loma. I'm just saying it ain't gonna be no easy fight if he's not who we say he is.
I agree. I don't agree with that. Loma can win. I don't see him stopping Tank. He can win though. But let me tell you, if Tank ain't, it's not about whether or not Tank is not who we think he is. It's about if Tank ain't who we think he is that night. You know what I'm saying? That's all it's about. Somebody like a Lomachenko. Here's what it comes down to. Tank, what percentage of Tank does Tank need to bring to the table to beat Lomachenko? Right, 100% of Tank probably beats Lomachenko a large number out of 10 times, right? Like a good 8 to 9 out of 10 times. The 100% Tank, completely focused, his best version of himself, beats this Lomachenko 8 out of 10 times, 9 out of 10 times. 75% Tank. Does he beat Lomachenko how many times out of 10 times? You know what I'm saying?
Bro, he
That's what I'm saying. He gotta be on his P's and Q's. If he think I have never seen Loma not give anybody a hard fight.
Okay.
Every time you fight Loma, it's a hard fight. There is no such thing as fighting Loma and getting an easy fight. It's not gonna happen.
You done woke up Loma's fan.
He got one style that nobody else got in boxing. That's why it's hard. You can't spot nobody that's going to resemble Loma. It's not happening. Right. That's why he always brings the toughest fighters. Nobody can really imitate his style in sparring. That's why he give everybody the best fights.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, right there.
Well, it's because he bring that pressure. You seen when he fought what's his name? Black dude. What's his fucking name? The brothers.
Lomachenko?
And Lomachenko fought what's his name? Gary Russell.
Right.
Gary Russell can box his ass off, but when he started bringing that pressure and he started getting front foot heavy, and he moving here, moving there, he hopscotching around you the ring, and he got them long arms for a 135 fighter, 130 fighter. He got some long ass arms, and he hit hard. He ain't knocking nobody. He ain't got no one punch power, but you get hit with them joints enough. I mean, that shit going, it makes you think twice about trying to go for a counter. So I see Tank putting up his high guard, and he gonna wait for his shot. He gonna go to the body. He gonna wait for his chances. But all I'm saying is, if he doesn't throw enough to really get Lomachenko off his square, that's gonna be a hard fight. That's gonna be a Gamboa looking fight.
Hey Clay,
I got one question. Hold on, real quick, because he just said something that I don't believe. So, attribute wise, they're about the same height. If I'm not mistaken, they call Tank out T-Rex arms, but his reach is longer than Loma's, and you say he got long arms?
Yeah, I think Tank got some pretty. I think Tank's a small guy, but he got some long arms too. He can reach these guys if he gets in position. He can touch you. I'm just short as he is.
All right, I'm just going by what fan base wise how people look at the fights. But okay, all right.
All I'm saying is Loma can touch Tank. He's not gonna.
They're boxers.
He can touch him.
They can touch
everybody. Get hit, bro.
They're boxers. That's not really a strong statement on that one, but I got you though. All right, go ahead, Rich.
Hey, Ray and Clay.
I still got Tank though.
I want y'all to quote me on this, bro. Can you do that? All right, look. He gonna stop Loma under 6 rounds.
I said 4.
Hold me to that.
6 rounds. All right.
6 rounds. See, I don't see that. I don't know. I got Loma fucked up.
I gotta say,
I'm not even a Loma fan. I was saying the same to the Devin fans. They were like, "Oh, Devin, he's too athletic for him. He gonna punish Devin. He gonna punish Loma." I was like, "All right, okay."
And he never got stopped before. That's the beauty of it. He never got stopped before.
And Devin's my guy. Devin knows that's my guy. Devin knows that's my guy. He's my guy.
I gotta say,
I was telling these Devin fans, if you think you're gonna go in there and punish Loma for 12 rounds like you did what's his face, you got Loma fucked up. He might be an old white dude from over there, but dude got some feet, he got some punching power, and he not afraid. I can tell when you see a fighter who's not afraid to get knocked out. Loma not afraid to get knocked out.
Man,
he's not afraid to get knocked out. So that if you think a nigga like that, cracker like that, not afraid to take some punishment, come back at you, you got him fucked up.
I don't want to.
Hold on, John.
This shit loud as shit.
I don't want to see nobody. I don't want to see nobody saying Loma too old. That's his fault for staying in the amateurs, being in his 20s, fighting teenagers. That's his fault.
Right. Go ahead.
I don't want
to
see nobody.
Go ahead. You good? I'm just going to introduce our next guest, but go ahead. No, I'm just going to introduce him. Go ahead, finish up.
No, I'm done. I don't want nobody.
He's going to be the main one. He's going to be the main one talking about, man, yo, Loma old.
All right, so straight out of Demon Slayer himself, Mr. Truth Black Tundro.
We got the white Jesus whisperer here. Go ahead, Truth.
Ain't Devin retired?
Is he?
I never heard him say that. He's not retired, but but it does sound like he is taking a hiatus.
Oh, okay. I just want, last thing we want is a racist put Devin out of boxing, Mr. Black Jesus. But anyway, I'll continue on my point here. Guys, hey, first off, salute Clay, man. I thought you would have more respect for your platform to let these guys muddy it up by capping and lying on Loma's name like this, sir. I had higher hopes for you, but it's okay. I have to come and start realigning again. Anybody that said Tank and Loma is anything, first off, a 50-50 or anything more in Tank's direction, don't know boxing. I'm sorry. If anything, it's 50-50 or 45-55 Loma's way. But again, I'm respectful enough to still say it's a 50-50 fight. Why? Tank don't let his hands go. Tank lets a lot of that early rounds go. Guess what Loma is great at? Getting in, getting out. He's not going to have Loma trapped up against the ropes. Again, Tank is going to have to show us something that he has never done before. He ain't going to be able to walk down Loma and start swinging wildly and doing all this stuff. No, that don't phase Loma. That don't phase him. He's going to be waiting to try to catch him, and guess what? He's not going to happen. You ask me, Loma might stop Tank.
All right, now
Wait. Let me go.
I was trying to give your boy some love, but now you done going off
power. You don't have to punch completely concuss somebody to stop them. You just put your punches together in a way that the ref is like, hey, no, you're stopped. Like that is a stoppage. I'm not saying he's going to concuss Tank and Tank's going to be laid out. But it's going to get ugly in there, and the ref's going to be like, hey, I need you to defend yourself. And we already know what we say about Tank. Tank going to take a few to try to get his off. Okay, but if he's in there in a fight where you're trying to get yours off and he boop, nope, bop, 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 boop, bop, 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 like that, those stack up. So that's not concussive power, but Loma's going to put something on that boy where it's going to be like, hey, Tank, why ain't you fighting? Why ain't you fighting back? Come on. Y'all go come on, Tank. Come on.
I ain't gonna hold the truth. Listen, anything can happen. It's boxing. Anything can happen, but I ain't gonna hold you. Nah, I don't see Loma stopping Tank. But I see other avenues and other ways for Loma to get a win against Tank. I would think that Loma clearly sees a lane to get a win against Tank, and I don't think he's coming in thinking he's gonna stop Tank. I think his IQ, and I think he doesn't punch. He don't got pillow hands. He ain't the hardest puncher, but he got something to keep you honest. Tank is gonna have to be on his game. He's gonna have to be. He's gonna get. Well, I'm gonna tell you what I believe Loma's gonna do a lot of in this fight. He's not going to give consistency to Tank, and consistency is something that Tank capitalizes on. Tank capitalizes on habits, on you doing things over and over again, reading you and seeing what you're getting ready to do before you do it, because he processes that data in those early rounds. Loma's going to be able to give Tank those different looks to where he's doing one thing, but then he's able to adjust, something Frank Martin wasn't able to do. He's going to be able to adjust, change, see, like Peyton Manning and Peyton Manning and
Ray Davis. Yeah,
I was gonna say Ray Davis, but is it Ray Davis? Do I want to say? I feel like it shouldn't be Ray Davis.
Go ahead. You mean Peyton Manning? Go ahead.
And Ray Davis, right?
Yeah, of course I'm Ray Davis. No, I know what you mean.
No, who is it? Who am I talking about?
Talking about Lewis?
No, Peyton Manning and Ray Davis.
Ray Lewis.
Okay, thank you. Because my co-host name is Ray Davis. I'm like brain fucked, right? I'm fucked up in my head about it. But Ray Lewis, if you guys remember those football games between them, what made those games for me, those games were crazy because you'd see them audibles getting kicked in, right? Like you see Peyton Manning reading the defense and he would just call audible out the play he was in. And then Ray Lewis would see like, oh, you think you smart? Hell no. Then he changed. And like I said, every time that ball gets snapped with Peyton Manning, it'd be like 1 to 2 seconds left on the snap because so much adjusting was happening. That's what Lomachenko brings to the table for Tank. He brings consistent adjustments, different looks. Tank is going to have to adjust. Oh, okay, now he's coming this way. Oh, he's seen this. You know what I mean? Loma, oh, I see what he's doing. He's reading me doing this. Boom. Loma's going to change it up. And Tank's going to have to constantly adjust. And he's going to, and I think he's going to deliver. I have Tank beating Loma. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's going to be an interesting fight to see that come together.
Right. Wait a minute. So hold on. Lomachenko was begging for a stoppage versus Comey, and he couldn't do it. And now he's supposed to stop Tank.
Not that he couldn't.
I don't see that.
Not that it was never that he could.
Defense team.
So what? Please tell me in that Comey fight, y'all was like Loma could step on the gas if he wanted to. He didn't. Like in this, and I'll admit something about Loma that I do hate is that he's too much of a gentleman. He did not want to go in there and knock Comey out in front of his wife and his daughter.
Oh, stop! Was he a gentleman against Devin? Your boy don't finish fights strong.
He doesn't. He doesn't. He's so much of a gentleman. He doesn't go in for the specific. But like I said, during that Comey fight, that's why he was like, "Hey, you see your boy getting battered up? Come on, stop the fight."
Nah, dog. That's not the Loma I remember. The Loma I remember in the late rounds, that's when he really pushed the gas and really started laying some shit on you. The Loma you have now, he can't. If you really give him something that, especially if he got to chase you around, and he gotta take some. You gotta let some steam come off them punches, like a TO situation or a Devin situation. You gotta let some steam get off them punches. He's not gonna have it in the late rounds. That's the only thing that's really holding Loma back.
Gonna have it in the late rounds.
That's why I believe Tank's gonna get him out of there in the late rounds. I don't believe in this early round stoppage.
Well, let's go to that Devin fight. While we may say something happened, you know, Devin got whatever. What rounds were the most decisive for Loma?
The later
rounds, right?
The later rounds.
So then we go to Kambosos. What rounds did he stop Bosis and really start to hurt him in?
The later rounds,
right?
Exactly.
So where are we getting that Loma is not going to be ready in the fight in the late rounds if that's all he's been showing you is that championship pedigree when the fight is late?
All I'm saying is when he
lets that fight go that long, that's not going to be good. That means Loma is definitely up on points, and then that's when some punishment finna start getting dealt out because that 10 and 11, we know how dangerous and how nasty Loma gets in 10 and 11.
No, it's not the 10 and 11. I would say it's the 9, 8, 9, 10. That's where he gets his full burst of second win.
You think Loma get past 6 with Tank? You out of your damn mind, bro. I'm sorry. I don't care.
I just don't see. Here's the thing. If this was Tank 130 Tank, there's no way he gets past 6. But this is not 130 Tank. 135 Tank. He don't throw as his activity is not enough to knock out a Loma.
Yeah, we just had a whole conversation.
Tank wasn't getting past 6.
So we're aware. Hold on, fellas. So we're aware. We just talked about this with other fighters, and we all agreed on this. I don't know if you guys were here or not. We all agreed on fighters having to adjust due to their competition in the different styles of fights. Y'all don't think Tank has a different gear or a different motor to fight somebody like Loma? You don't think he sees things with Loma that he needs to attack differently? You don't think he can go in there like T.O. and start ramming Loma's face against his fist all fight in the beginning and get him up out of there? Absolutely.
Nah. It's because they're both southpaws, and whenever I notice Tank fights a southpaw, he's just not that aggressive like that. He takes his time. He's looking for certain angles because he knows he's more vulnerable when he fights a southpaw. So that's just not the way he fights.
And y'all keep on bringing up this T.O. example when Loma had an injured shoulder. Verifiable. Like we bring it up, and then what happened the back half of the fight? He 6-0'd him.
Yeah, because we got to shoulder magically appeared to be healed.
Like it was great. I can make a strong argument that he still won the T.O. fight. However,
his shoulder came back into play. Oh, I can move now.
It wasn't that he was this god of boxing. Loma was genuinely injured.
Okay. Yeah, just like he cried in the back of the dressing room and had salt fall in his eye, right?
Yeah, you gotta let that one go. Truth. He lost against T.O. because he ain't have enough gas.
Why is that such a big deal? A man got robbed and he cried.
He didn't get
Ain't he just
robbed.
falling on the
He
floor?
lost
And
that
isn't he
fight, bro.
throwing a temper
It
tantrum
was a close
saying
fight.
that he
Come on,
didn't want to
dog.
box
It was a
no
close
more?
fight,
He got
but
everything he
He lost
wanted
that
and he
fight, bro.
still don't want to box.
He lost that fight, bro. I'm
it
sorry.
was a close fight. But
I'm not sure.
I could barely give Loma 5 rounds. I was struggling to give Loma 5
I
rounds.
know it was the
I'm the
struggle.
same
Everybody
way.
else didn't have that same struggle, but you
Okay,
had that.
well,
It's
We
listen.
that
know
proof.
who we know who them
Everybody else was
Well,
winning
we
in the
know who them
room.
everybody
It's
we know who them
fine.
everybody else is. Truth.
John,
You're not killing me. You know who everybody
hold
else
on.
is.
So hold on, John. Let me go here first. Before you say everybody else, understand what everybody else is. Everybody else is a Devin Hater, Tank Glover, or somebody else. So let's keep that 100 with that. Devin's not has the biggest support in the boxing space. So when you say everybody else, where do you think that's coming from?
In the
Okay. All right, next
YouTube
question,
space,
please.
in the YouTube space, Devin doesn't have support.
He got a lot of hate though.
Oh,
Who
come
get more
on,
hate? Who get
no,
more
come
hate? Come
on
on now,
now,
be
come
truthful.
on now.
You gonna tell me Loma get more hate than Devin?
100% because
No
y'all
Bro,
way.
just
you
think
are
Loma is
delusional.
hype. Y'all
You're
still think Loma is a
delusional.
hype job.
You are
Y'all think
delusional.
Loma. Wait, so
Bro, what do
are there
you
not people to this
bro,
day still calling
you
Loma a hype
Who the
job?
fuck is
Is that
that
not
guy?
happening? Is that
thank
not
you. Say it
happening?
again, Clay.
Is that not happening
Who
today?
the fuck is that guy?
Thank you.
Is
Bro.
that not still
What
happening today, Clay? Clay, is
what?
that not happening?
Listen,
But
bro.
That they're
Listen, come
calling
on.
Loma a
Nobody's
hype
more
job
hated.
even today.
Nobody's more hated on than Devin Haney. That's a fact, bro. I mean,
No,
my God.
that's a fact. Come on, bro. And listen, come on, bro.
That's a fact.
Devin
Hold on.
Haney's the most trending topic
Every
in
day.
YouTube.
That's a fact.
that's
Every
Yo,
day.
because Bill
Dog,
got
dog,
YouTubers on
yo.
There are
payroll,
people.
though. Come on, Clay.
If Devin had PEDs in
Wait,
the
wait,
system and
hold
beat
on,
Loma, what would you
There are
say?
people. There are people who have literally retired from their jobs, quit their jobs to hate on Devin Haney for a living, making money off of killing that dude, literally paying mortgages, paying off, like, you know, sending their kids to college, driving foreign cars right now, living lifestyles that they never lived exclusively for creating content on hating on Devin Haney, bro.
facts.
But Clay, can we say the opposite is true? Because we know that Bill took a couple of people to lunch, don't we?
So
We know that
All
Bill
right, but
started, so what are we arguing?
all
did
right,
they
so
talk
name. All right, truth.
Devin is the most
Name.
hated
Hold on a
boxer.
second. I'm gonna hold truth to that. Truth. Name me the Loma haters on the YouTube
name
space.
five.
Oh, I can name
No, just give me
a
five.
whole entire section of YouTube that belong to a certain letter group that all they do is hate on Loma. But I ain't gonna say that
Really?
because
They
I
talk
I'm
about
not
didn't know
Loma.
about
that.
Hold
I'm
on,
not
hold on,
about
whoa,
to
whoa,
be
whoa,
no
whoa, whoa,
drama.
whoa. They
I'm not
talk about
about
Loma
to be
every
no drama
stream,
like
or
that.
they
But
talk about
no,
Loma when he fighting somebody. They talk about Loma every stream
Right.
Nah.
compared to Devin Haney.
True talking facts. Them dudes
That's
really.
not facts. That's not
Who?
facts. They don't talk about Loma every stream like they talk
They
about
don't have
Devin.
to. They
they
don't have
don't
to.
even
But
talk about Devin every stream. There
they
are
hate
people
on him.
What?
that
They
go
don't
in
have
the
to talk
chat
about him all the time.
purposely to bring up Devin. Like y'all keep on doing. People
They don't
come
have to
in and
talk
talk
about
Nah,
him.
about Devin.
dog. Devin
Bro.
moves the needle, and that's why y'all talk about him. Stop the
No,
lies.
Devin does.
Stop the lies.
Bill
Bro.
moves the needle.
He
Who?
represent who? Who he
Bill.
represent? Who
So
he represent?
you're separating Bill and Devin?
I'm saying Bill is the more controversial. If you look at Devin and when
Okay.
Devin speaks, he's not as controversial as
Okay.
Bill is.
Who is
Okay.
Bill
Bill is
talk?
So,
All right.
controversy.
So
who are they talking
when
about?
Bill comes online, who is he talking about?
What do you mean? Of course he's talking about his son. But notice
Okay, there you go.
everything is what Bill is saying. What Bill is saying. Bill was on the live with Ryan. Bill is on Mill City. Bill is here. Bill is that. This is the point. Bill is the mouthpiece.
He's the promoter. That's his job.
What is that?
But
No
truth. Let me ask you a
argument.
question. Truth. You didn't answer the question yet.
Go ahead,
Who's
sir.
the channel that hates on Loma every day? I'm interested. I want to know. I want to go listen to their content. Who is?
Please.
Give me one.
Give me
Give me
four.
one. They asked you for 5. I want one.
I think it's because he used the word every day. Just say that it's channels that talk about him.
Yeah, I'm
I
not saying
agree.
every day. I don't
But
believe
Ross
Devin
Scott,
gets hated on every day.
the question is, are they doing that to Loma more than they're doing that to Devin?
No, Devin Haney is the most hated right now.
100%, bro.
I'm not gonna. I mean, I do acknowledge that
You
Devin
did not.
does the frequency of it. Yes, but that doesn't mean that the Loma hate is just. Oh no, they just talk about Devin. I mean, granted, again, as I already said, Bill has his people that he goes in just to create that controversy as well. Just
Whatever
because
the reason
Loma
is
isn't
behind it.
as active on social media doesn't mean the hate is less.
Truth, whatever the reason is behind it, whether it's done on purpose, whether it's strategic by Bill Haney to do it on purpose, or whatever, you know what I mean, whatever rabbit hole you're jumping into as to the purpose behind the hatred, the YouTube content creating space in boxing is consumed with people hating on Devin. Consumed multiple platforms. Now, Devin also has some platforms by the LDBC. We know who they are, who support Devin by any means necessary, right? But the hatred, when we talk about a boxer who's hated on YouTube, there is no boxer competing with Devin Haney. Not one boxer I can think of is competing. No, none.
Facts.
And let me give you the biggest reason. Have you ever heard anybody say Loma wearing the same clothes as Tank, driving the same car as Tank, dressed like Tank, got a girl like Tank?
You could do this. You could do this the whole
got a haircut like Tank.
You could do it until the battery dies,
bro.
You know, and you know what I mean. Like you could do it all night. Like it's just nonstop. It's from the most pettiest, how he's dressing, from how he's speaking, from the gold in his mouth to how he tried to fight, to who he is, to the cap, to him being the face of boxing, not being the face of boxing,
defending a roid user.
Yeah, they'll defend a roid user straight up. Somebody who's sitting out there straight up calling people niggas and how he hate Muslims, and they still find room to put Devin at the butt end of a horrible joke. There's no comparison. It's not even competitive on any. We're talking about like 90% compared to Loma probably getting somewhere between 2 and 10%, 5 to 15%. If you want to play in that area, you can play anywhere in that area, and I still might push back if you got too close to 15. You know what I'm saying? There's no comparison. There's no comparison at all.
But you have to admit that some of it is artificial. Correct?
Listen, I don't know.
All right. Let it go. All right, like let's get back. You're not gonna win this, Truth. Let's get back to the fight.
No.
So how do you see the Loma versus Tank fight, Truth? How do you see that? You really got Loma stopping Tank? What round?
I see Loma winning.
Oh, you're gonna win my points. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think Tank catches Loma with anything consequential. And even I'm not saying like Tank isn't going to land, because of course he's going to. But I believe the consequences of him landing is going to be like, okay, yeah, that was good. So it's going to be like more of Loma landing 12, Tank landing 2. And then it's going to be like that Liam Perro Matias fight. I think that outcome is going to be a lot of the same as what we're going to see, where people are just waiting for Tank to do it and he doesn't. And then
whatever that pack you got is, send that over here because I need some delusion too.
Again,
no, don't send over here. I'm like Cat Williams. I'm like Cat Williams. I got shit to do. Don't send that pack over here. But
I thought it was a possibility based off of Matias's lack of doing anything other than putting his high guard up and waiting to hit somebody. I mean, shit.
Okay, what did you just say?
But I had Devin beating Matias. I never was bought into Matias' hype, but Matias ain't Tank.
Devin's definitely recreating himself right now. That's what I believe. I believe he's going back to the drawing board. He's getting himself adjusted for punchers, bigger weight classes. He knows that what got him through 135 is not necessarily what's going to get him through 140, 147. He's making those adjustments, whether it's getting a new trainer, whether it's putting on more muscle, whether it's getting stronger, whether it's punching harder, whether it's fundamentals, getting back to fundamentals. I don't know what it is, but I believe that loss against Ryan opened up a third eye for Devin, where he's like, damn, bro, I'm slipping in a bunch of areas that I need to get, and I'm not getting back in the ring until I close up these areas. Now, I want to just kind of move the needle a little bit, move the goalpost a little bit, and I'd love to get everybody on the panel's perspective on what happened with O'Shaquie Foster this Saturday. What did you guys see happening? What do you think the bigger picture is? Was this a top rank conspiracy on O'Shaquie Foster? Was it just bad judges? What's going on? What was that all about? Because that clearly may have been one of the biggest robberies that I've seen in my lifetime in boxing. I'm not sure. I'm not saying it's the biggest, but I think it's arguably in that conversation.
Pure robbery.
Very one-sided event. It was very difficult to see how and where anybody saw Robson Sensation winning that fight.
Yeah. I had Foster winning, and it's messed up because when he moved to 135, he gonna be one of them high risk, low reward fighters. A lot of people ain't gonna be fighting.
100%.
His power don't translate to 35. Honestly,
this is me. It was an absolute robbery. He definitely won that fight, but at the same time, I have never seen him fight like that. I have never seen him be that much on the back foot. It was the most confusing shit ever. I watched the fight. I'm waiting for him to get into his bag because he's more of an exciting fighter. I have never seen him fight that way. And I feel like the judges had that weird energy in the crowd. I feel like everybody was waiting for Shakur to let the crowd down because they know he wasn't going to go for the knockout. And I feel like that energy kind of seeped into the fight, and the judges decided on some bullshit because he definitely won that fight. I mean, Conceição wasn't doing a goddamn thing. He wasn't touching him at all. And I believe that was a pure robbery, but at the same time, I never seen him fight like that. I never seen him fight like that. Even when he was more defensive on the PBC cards that I watched back in the day, when he was on that side of the street, he was still way more offensive than he was that night. I don't know what the fuck happened that night. And the whole time watching the fight, I'm thinking, man, they about to rob this dude. I can feel it in my skin. I'm like, man, they about to rob him. Because he never fights like this. He's never this defensive. He's never afraid of getting touched. I never seen him fight like that. So, I mean, the robbery was I hate to say it, but I knew this motherfucker was going to rob him. It's his last fight with Top Rank. You know how Top Rank get down. If you don't give them the goods, and they possibly can maybe sign you up again and give you give a run back on a deal, maybe give you 3 more fights. If you stink it up, they're gonna rob you. And especially if you totally turn them down, and they know you're not gonna re-sign back. If you don't knock it out the park, they're gonna take that belt from you. We know that's the Top Rank program. They did it to somebody who sells a whole bunch of tickets, like Pacquiao. They did it to fucking Mikey Garcia. Though they have no problem doing that. And I feel like he didn't give himself the best. I mean, he tried to play it safe because he knew what it was, but he just played it way too safe. He gave him too much breathing room because I feel like, yes, Conceição didn't win. Maybe he didn't win not more than 1 round. I gave Conceição maybe 1 round. I gave him like the 5th round, I think it was, where he put some punches together. But other than that, this dude wasn't touching him. And I just wish he would have fought a different fight because I'd never seen him fight like that. I feel like he could have fought his regular fight, got in there, exchange a little bit with Conceição, stay on the back foot every so often, but still exchange with him, really get those clean punches. Because what I like about Foster is he gets some clean counters, he gets some clean punches. He got power. He has the defensive angles. He has that. He has the foot speed. He has, the skills and all that. But he has power, and he can get them angles. I've seen him get angles on fighters and really, put some shit on them and had them looking at the fucking stars, looking at the lights. I've seen him do that. So I know it's in his tool. I know it's in his tool bag. So I don't know why he kept it so safe. It was like when T.O. fought, what's his name? What's the dude name? The fight before. Ortiz, where I know Ortiz has that in his bag, but he just kept it too safe. He played it too safe. And once you play it that safe, these guys are not going to give you the benefit of the doubt. They looking to rob you, especially your last fight in the deal. I mean, that's what you give them, especially on a night where this is supposed to be your big fight. They've been selling this fight. Oh, you're co-lining with Shakur. Shakur already has an agenda against them. Why be a part of that? This is your chance to really put some smoke on Conceição because you had all the fucking openings. The openings are there. He was throwing the same 1-1-2, 1-1-2, leaning into it. Oh, heavy on his front foot, leaning into it. All you got to do is give him some angles, go to the body, take it up top, change levels with Conceição, and get him the fuck out of there. That's all you had to do. Knock him the fuck out and call it a day. Call it a day and move on to the next one. But he just played it safe, and I feel bad for him because I'm a supporter of Foster. I feel like he's very talented. I love his story, the way he showed his heart when his belt was on the line. He got that top rank deal. He got some big money. I'm happy for him, but I feel bad that it ended like this. His run with Top Rank.
No doubt, no doubt. What about you, Truth? Do you have
So
any perspective on what we saw?
if you look at what Top Rank was doing since the draw with Navarrete, they was moving Conceição very strategically to even put him in this position, because they even was running a story about how he told his daughter he was going to come back a champion and doing all this stuff. All this is in preparation for the Navarrete rematch for once he gets done with Valdez. I think I heard that they were trying to do that somewhere in Brazil or somewhere like that. But that's all it is. It's just to help rebuild the Navarrete profile since he came up in weight and lost to Baranchek in kind of embarrassing fashion. So I think all of this is in an effort to rebuild the image of Navarrete. But Foster, like, I don't see Conceição didn't win a round. I mean, but it's boxing. They robbed Loma. They robbed Foster. It happens. I mean, like y'all say, it's not the top ranked way because we see several, but it's just the house money wins. That at the end of the day, if you're not betting with the house, good luck. So, I think even the WBC said they was going to look at something and review. I don't know what they're going to do, but just, send flowers and roses. Sorry they robbed you, but, get over it. And, yep, boxing goes on because we won't do nothing about it. So what does it matter?
That's a fact. Shout out to J Pit City with the $2 holla. No doubt, man. We finally made it, baby. We finally made it, baby. We monetized. Okay, go ahead.
So I like what you said. The last part, Truth, that was dope. We actually been talking about that too. They want that rematch, but I'm also thinking it was time for O'Shaquie to actually make a mix up at 135. I think he's a good enough fighter, and I think they need some more competition to kind of rebuild that division. And I just mean top rank stable. The top rank, I think, has a good stable at 135, and I think it just creates more opportunities for title contentions and good fights to put in their camps to keep everything at home. On that note, it is what it is. Sometimes you just need that push. I really think at the end of the day that he'll weather the storm. He'll move up there. He'll grab a title somewhere, some way, somehow. And I think out of all the fighters, all of them, included Devin, all of them, I think actually he presents the most difficult challenge for Tank, because I don't think he's a guy that runs from Tank. He moves out the way for Tank, and I think he shows defense and power with his shots, his thuds, and on top of that, he has a good chin at the end of the day. So that helps fighting somebody like that. I think he becomes a great dancing partner for somebody like Tank and other people in the division. So I think that's where it is. I think they're looking to make some money on this guy.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But if you look, I'm sorry, Clay, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that, that was some good perspective. I mean, I already shared my perspective on it. I'm not going to just beat a dead horse. I think the politics of the sport follow the money. The big fights for O'Shaquie are at 135. The people who have vested interest in making money with O'Shaquie see that he can move to 135, so they want him in that conversation. Top Rank wants a piece of 135. Top Rank wants to get into they don't want to depend all their money in 135 on Dennis Baranchek. They don't want to put all their money on an old Loma who's, he's an older Loma. They don't want to. Shakur's leaving Top Rank. Keyshawn Davis is just getting, into title contention, and Abdullah Mason is being developed, right, to be one of those guys. O'Shaquie Foster's turnkey. He's ready to go. Throw him at 135. He's going to fight. He's going to get in fights, potentially get himself in some of the bigger fights and bring more money to Bob Arum's pockets, or whoever the investors are that have vested interest in Top Rank making the most money they can. I'm sure they thought O'Shaquie would go on his own, But if he's going to take his time and aim at staying at 130 and unifying down there, there's no money in that for them. And the money that's really there is Navarrete and Conceição having a sequel fight. It's all these other fights that they'd way rather get involved in. They got Raymond Ford, who looks like he's probably coming up from 126 as well to get into 130. They have 130 well in their grasp. They have 130 put together. They don't need nobody else in 130. They need people at 135. And
you know who else
fits a bit.
I didn't think about this too. You know who else they could be making room for? Mr. Ramirez moving up from 126.
You talking Robesi? Yeah. They got a lot. They got, I think 126 in general is popping, but I think it's like a lot of those guys are going to be coming up to 130. Right. You know what I mean? I can even see Rafael Espinoza coming up as well. He's a fucking 6'6". Damn, no, I'm lying, but he's like 6'1".
I was gonna say Espinoza moving up.
No, I'm not saying he is. What I'm saying is what I'm trying to paint the picture for you is to understand that O'Shaquie Foster can fight in 135. Top Rank wants more fighters at 135. They're trying to help 135. He's a great dancing partner for a lot of fighters up there. You know what I mean? He's
Y'all
that slick
really
black
think
fighter.
Shaq is going up to 135? I mean, we acknowledge that this is a robbery, but looking at his last 3 fights, I mean, he literally almost lost if it wasn't the twilight knockout that he got in the 12th against the Mexican guy. Nova needed a 12th round knockdown in order to, barely scrape away with that. Like, are we sure that he's going to be the dancing partner at 35 that he is? Because he's leaving 130 limping. Like, we acknowledge that. At least, even if it's not the Conceição fight, his fights prior to then, he would, by the skin of his teeth, was getting by.
Well, look, it's 2 things that we can look at, right? Number one, yes, his last couple of performances at 130, he did look like he was struggling a little bit. He had his struggles in there, right? Like one fight, he had to win it in the last round, and in the next fight, he actually admitted it. You know, like, yo, my legs weren't under me. All these things lead people to believe that he's having a hard time with the weight cut. He made adjustments in this camp as far as the nutritionist and things of that nature, and he was able to come into this fight and use a lot of his legs. He used his legs like John Norrie said, in a way he never really seen him fight before. So he showed that he was able to make the weight cut pretty easy. But at the end of the day, there was already conversations as to whether or not he was going to be moving up to 135 because of the problems he had in those 2 fights. So the size, he can get up to 135. He's a great boxer. He's slick, and he's a great dance partner. Is he going to win? Do I think that Top Rank is trying to move him up there to become the next undisputed champion? No, but they'll move him up there because he's a great dance partner for an Abdullah Mason or Keyshawn Davis or, all the other fighters they have up there. He's a great dance partner. He win or lose, it doesn't matter. They're able to make more in-house fights at 135 with O'Shaquie Foster up in 135. You know what I'm saying? And 135 is going to be a big money division. It's already got money in there because Tank is there. You get O'Shaquie Foster involved in these conversations against a William Zepeda or, if Isaac Cruz came back down to 135 for some crazy reason, or Rayo Venezuela came back down to 135, or even an Edwin De Los Santos. Listen, man, there's a lot of fights down at 135 that O'Shaquie Foster on the other side of these fighters makes a lot of sense. And you got to also look at it from this angle. Tank is tying up the division by getting all the best fighters interested in fighting him. So you're not going to get those best fighters fighting against these other fighters. You need somebody in there to move the needle. While Tank, Loma, Shakur, William Zepeda, if Isaac Cruz is going to get involved, Keyshawn Davis potentially if he's able to pull a WBO title out of Dennis Baranchek. All these, you got to if you can just see the bigger picture, O'Shaquie Foster brings asset qualities to the 135-pound division that helps Top Rank out. 130 is like I said before, well spoken for, especially once, like my co-host said, you start bringing up Robesi Ramirez, you start bringing up, you got Raymond Ford coming up in there. Ray Vargas can go up to 130. He's a big 126er. There's all Shushu could come up and go into 130 at some point. 130 is well controlled. 135 is where the focus needs to be, and you can argue that that's what Top Rank sees it as.
I feel that he does bring that name recognition. I got that. So yeah, no, I mean I agree from that standpoint as far as him being a dancing partner, not necessarily that he's going to do anything in the division.
Oh well,
so
that's a matter of opinion. I think he can hold his own up there.
Oh yeah, 100%. Right, go ahead, bro. Yeah, he could definitely do something. I'm saying worst case scenario. If he can't, he's a dance partner.
Right, and the crazy part is like what you're saying is like he's not capable of beating anybody in the top 10, which he's more than capable of doing. You got to remember, let's keep it 100 here. Floyd Schofield, who is he? What has he done? He's just a brawler right now. He came out as a boxer, but he's a brawler. He's up there. He's ranked number 2. I think he can beat Floyd Schofield. You got Keyshawn Davis. I think that's a great fight. I don't know how that goes. William Zepeda, it's a great fight. I don't know how that goes because of his fighting style, because of the way he fights. It prevents problems. As Clay said, it's a dancing situation for these guys. They are capable of beating so many people. Shout out to Rachel.
Damn, Rachel, salute, Rach. Thank you.
Shout out. Let's hit that button for it. For real. That's yeah, man. I mean, who else is going to get him to fight? You know what I mean? It has to be somebody up there. And as you're moving people up, you might have more people moving. They may Navarrete was a failed move for them. So I think this is their next move. Like, yo, let's move this guy who can fight up there and make him make some trouble. Let's see what he can do and as dancing partners to some of these guys. He could prevent a lot of problems for him. I don't see him,
when Shakur moves up.
Hold on, real quick. I don't see him as a Chris Colbert, if that's what we're thinking. Not at all. I don't see him as a Chris Colbert. I see him more of as a Rayo Venezuela that can move up and fight. I see him as even a Hector Garcia. Hector Garcia lost the tank and didn't get knocked out. He sat down and said, I can't see. So it's possible that he can go up there and he can just create more problems. I think he's better than Hector Garcia, in my opinion. So, I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, it's all opinions.
So do you think how they move him, they instantly throw him in the deep end, or does he kind of wait?
Yeah, I think he gets like a you get like a little tester fight, and then they're gonna throw him in there, man.
Mm-hmm.
If he chooses to stay on that side, or either side he goes to, I think they're gonna do the same thing. I agree with Playmore. I do believe that they're trying to push him up to the higher weight class, 135. I mean, it seemed like that. It seemed like they were just really ready to give Conceição the belt. They were pushing that storyline hard during the coverage of the whole event. Oh, this is his last chance and blah blah blah. So of course, I mean, they see how the fight turned out. They're like, all right, we'll just give him a controversial win, and people will forget about it if we set him up with the rematch with Navarrete or some shit like that or whatever. Whoever they want to push in 130 and give them the chance for the belt, and they feel like, okay, well, he finally got the belt, now he's gonna defend it. That's their storyline, whatever. With as far as like O'Shaquie Foster, I do believe that he was struggling with the weight. I definitely seen him with some holes when he was fighting at 130. The fights that you talked about with Nova, with the other fight that he had to win in the last round, he was struggling with the weight. It was talked about. He did talk about. I seen some interviews he had on some of these platforms. He did talk about struggling with 130, trying to make that. So I think it is time for him to move up. To be quite honest with you, and I feel like he could be very competitive up there. Mm-hmm. He has the skills. He's not a small guy. He's a small guy compared to 130 fighters, yes, but at 135, he's not too small. A lot of them guys are just moving. A lot of them are really just pumped up 130 fighters, to be quite honest with you. It's not like a whole bunch of true 135 fighters at the weight class right now. You know, a lot of them, especially a lot of them are younger fighters too. So, you mean a lot of them could, I mean, I guess there's a possibility he could get turned into a gatekeeper, but I feel like he's too talented for that. If anything, he'll be in contention. If he does lose a possible a championship fight, he'll be in for another one. So he is more than likely I mean, I'm just being honest. He's too talented to be a gatekeeper at this point. He's too talented. He's like, what is he, like 32, 30-ish, somewhere around there. So he's still talented. He still has some age to him. He's not a gatekeeper, but he can be in contention at 135.
He's smart. He's a smart fighter.
Especially if they give him to Bernchak, I feel like he can beat him.
Definitely.
And he could get that belt. And then whoever wants to step up for that fight, whether that be Keyshawn, Murataya, that's a big fight. Those two guys. Whoever one gets it, who gets there first.
No doubt, man. I mean, look, it's the politics of the sport, and us as boxing fans, these are the conversations that people don't have enough of to understand what they're seeing when they're seeing what they're seeing. They're just thinking like, yo, these judges blind? What were they looking at? You know what I mean? And it's like, no, they're not blind. They actually got a whole vision. If you pay attention and you step back for a second and see. And I'm going to tell you like this. This helps O'Shaquie Foster in a lot of ways, as crazy as it sounds. It's bad medicine for him to drink. But look, man, the promoters need you to be successful so they can be successful. You know what I'm saying? They want you to be successful. You might not be ready to move sometimes, and every now and then a promoter might have to push you. You know what I'm saying? If they have the power to push you, they might need to be like, look, bro, he's really hesitating. He wants to become an undisputed champion at 130, and we got a whole bunch of 130 going on right now. We got a whole lot going to 130, and we plan on – they might be planning on doing this to people at 126. There might be some people at 126 right now. They got the game plan for it. Like, you win this fight, stoppage, you know what I mean? Like, towel getting thrown in, knockout. We're going to take a title from you if you don't get with the program and push you into the 130 division. You know what I mean? Raymond Ford, I'm not saying that happened to him because I think Nick Ball, reasonably won that fight.
Yeah, it could have went either way.
They were already talking about Raymond Ford couldn't have no close fight, in my opinion, because they're already putting him up at 130 already. But based on that fight he had, they were already talking about him. Once you see them talking like that, like, yeah, man, he might be going to 130. Hey, you going to 130? And he's sitting there trying to be like, I don't know, man. Maybe not. They're like, okay, you sure? Because I keep hearing you're going to be at 130. Look, get ready for the fucking politics. Get ready for the BS to happen. Yep. You know what I mean? Thank God he got to lose his title the way he did, where it's like, yo, bro, I just, Nick Ball really put up a good fight. And, he probably didn't want to go up to 130, but trust me, the game plan is to be successful and to have a good presence in every weight class. O'Shaquie's good enough to be at 135. They're going to push him there. They want him there. They're going to find a way to get him there. And I think that's what we saw. That's what we saw Saturday night was Bob Arum getting 135 put back together because they were anticipating Shakur Stevens leaving. They're like, he's out of there. We need to reshuffle, re-coordinate, and put 135 back into perspective. And O'Shaquie Foster, I think, was a chess move.
Yep.
And if that's the case, I hope they do give him that Belichick fight. I think the prospects they have, they're good, but they might not be exactly ready for that test yet. O'Shaquie Foster is ready for that test. So you cheated him, stole his fucking belt. Okay. If you're not going to give him a chance to win the belt back, give him a chance to win a belt at 135 and set him up properly. Do him right. You already done fucked him over. The man didn't win. He didn't lose not one round in the damn fight, and you stole the fucking belt from him. At least give him a chance to be a champion again right away. Right away. No test fight. If that's how it is, then right away, give him a chance to win that belt. I feel like he can beat that dude, get that WBO strap, and then you could set up a big money fight for him down the line. Really give him the payoff that he deserves. Because I felt like he brought a lot of hype to Top Rank for that 130 division. Yep. He was a big name for for a couple fights there. He fought the guys he wanted him to fight. He didn't say no to any fight. All the guys you wanted him to fight, he did it. And he beat them guys. So if that's the way you're gonna play the game, set him up at 135, give him a true fight, let him become a true champion, and then let him put his work in at 135. And you want to set him up for some prospects, you want to test the prospects with O'Shaquie Foster. Okay, do that. Let's see if you got a hella prospects at 135. Let's see if some of these guys are the real deal or if they just bullshit.
There you go.
So I agree.
Good point.
I feel
real quick. Hold on, Truth, real quick. I just want to shout out Nonito for dropping 20 gift memberships out in the chat.
Sure, man. Salute to Nonito Donaire for the support in the channel. Always the Donaire family has always been real support for this channel. They've always shown mad love, bro, and I can't thank them enough. I literally can't. So I'm not going to try to overthink them. Just know I know. You know what I'm saying? I really appreciate you guys, man.
Could have been Raymond Ford. Could have been a robbery. That was a really tight fight. That could have went either way. I'll be honest with you.
Exactly.
I would have been mad either way that went.
And I honestly believe
tight fight is hard to call a robbery.
And I honestly believe Raymond was heading to 130 one way or the other.
He was moving up anyway.
I think he was going there anyway.
Go ahead, Truth. My bad.
No, I was just responding to Nori just because I feel like you're being too optimistic than what the sport of boxing has ever taught us to be. Like, that would be the perfect, like, hey, he paid his dues, go ahead and let him get his good, but it's the sport of boxing. It don't even turn out that way. He might go up there and be food, and they just continue to hang him out in the sun to dry. So, I mean,
listen, what they're going to guarantee, what the good thing that they're doing, or the act of benevolence that they're passing is the opportunity. Right. That's what it is, and that's all he gets, and that's what you get in life sometimes. And most people don't even get that. So when you get the opportunity, he has a chance to do something that I think he knows he can compete. And if he feels like he is who he says he is, and look, I think he is who he says he is. Sometimes you got to push him. You know what I mean? You got to push the baby eagle out the nest. You know what I'm saying? And to show him like, yo, see, you could fly. You was gonna sit here all day and let me just fly around giving you food and dropping worms up in here. Now, I had to push you out. There comes to a point in time where it's just like, it's time for you to move on. And he's not doing it. So we're going to do it for him. And now he has an opportunity to show and prove. Or worst case scenario, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's not a big name, but I can't remember any showcase fights that didn't get. Like, Shakur Stevenson haven't got no showcase fights in a long time. He's been getting put in there with competitive fighters. I don't remember any showcase fights for Shakur Stevenson. So he's always been tested by fire. That's just been his road. So I just see that more of the same. I don't see him getting up to 135. They're gonna treat him like he's one of these high celebrity prospects or something, like these young fighters. He's not gonna get no showcase fights. He haven't got showcase fights in years. Like, all them fights he had at 130, they were all competitive fights, championship fights. None of those were easy fights. So I don't feel like he's gonna get no easy fights at 135 either. No. And he was struggling. He was struggling with the weight. It's been documented. He was struggling with 130. He was struggling with the weight. There's opportunity at 135. It's unfortunate that he had to rob this man on national television, him like that on the leading reporter of sports, the leading network of sports, had to rob him on national television. I mean, that's terrible.
Disrespected the sports. Like, it's hard to
disrespect it.
It was like, yeah, some like blatant, like, what? Right in our face. And
like, straight up, like, count the votes in Florida, like, shit. Like, but at the same time, like, he should be a 135 pounder. He is too big for 130. Yeah. Regardless of how he wants to explain himself and does a switcheroo, you are too big for 130, and you do have opportunities at 135. So hopefully you can make lemonade out of lemons. That's all we hoping for.
We don't talk about raspberry lemonade flavor over here, bro. No Listerine
flavor.
If y'all haven't heard that song, go check it out, by the way. That's the dopest jam on YouTube right now. But 100%. Anyway, shout out.
Copy that.
Shout out to Bradley, Track Boxing 68, rolling up in the building, right behind his arch nemesis, because I don't know why he likes to pick with Rachel, but she just keeps beating him up left and right all day. But it's cool. Salute to the brother coming in.
No doubt. Yo, so like let's push it a little bit more. You know what I mean? It's a Pergoma. It's a Jesus Christ. I'm gonna tell you right now. Where's my shit at?
Somewhere.
Perdomo.
Oh.
Perdomo, Rachel.
There you go.
All right. So look, guys. So Shaq, he got done the way he got done. It is what it is, right? Let's see what he does. I don't think they're going to give him the rematch. I know he's pushing for it, but I think he's going to find out the hard way that this was done on purpose when he realizes that they're not going to give him no rematch. You know what I'm saying? And that his choice is going to be to either fight a nobody at 130 or maybe even fight Raymond Ford. That'd be nice. I think one last fight, Raymond Ford, 130, Raymond Ford versus.
They've been calling for that fight. They've been trying to get that fight going too.
That could be a fight that could happen, but I promise you that'll be his last fight though on Top Rank if he makes him do that.
I was gonna say for no belt that fight doesn't make too much sense.
Right.
What upset me was I think it would have been better for a belt, like he just said.
Right.
Not being a belt on the line don't make no sense to me.
Yeah, that's just gonna be like, all right, you make us do this, we're gonna do this, but then get the hell out of here, bro. Kick rocks. You know what I'm saying? But he's gonna or more than likely what he's gonna do is gonna be like, I might as well just go 135. Why keep doing these heavy weight cuts? Why put myself in a position to be eating like a damn bird so I can make weight? I'm just gonna go ahead and run off into 135 and try my luck up there and get some bigger paychecks more than likely as well.
I think he'll be stronger too. I'm not trying to be funny because I just think when he get to that point, he ain't got, like you said, he ain't got to cut the weight like that no more. He's gonna be able to go in there and he has he is an incredible talent. I hate to say it. I watched this guy box for years, and he's an incredible talent.
Why you hate to say it, Ray?
Because you know why I hate to say it? Because nobody believes it because they don't watch 130, 126, you know what I mean, and down. It's like, yo, I watch this dude, and I say I hate with love. Like, bro, I love to say, you know how they say we talk backwards. So I love to say that this dude is nothing but talented when it comes to boxing. Like he's a gift, bro. He's a talent that we have to appreciate, and he's not a well-known talent like we want him to be. And I think at 135, he could put his name in the mix and easily show the world who he is.
100%. I agree with you 100%. So now, moving the needle a little bit in this conversation. Hold on, let me pull this up right quick, just so we can be on a moment. Abdullah Mason. I want to talk about Abdullah Mason. I want the guys in this room to speak on what they think the next move for Abdullah. Well, first of all, Abdullah Mason's next move is. By the way, Rachel, you remember we were wondering if he was fighting next month? Well, yes, Abdullah Mason is literally fighting next month.
Yep.
That was not a hype train. He's fighting Augustine Quintana, August 17th in Quebec City. I think that's damn near a month away. This kid is going to fight 5 times this year.
Right.
What do you make?
That's insane.
What do you think Top Rank's plan is for Abdullah Mason at this point? Because clearly there's a game plan behind Abdullah
Mason.
There's something they got planned for Abdullah Mason. What are we looking at for Abdullah Mason? Top of 2025 at this pace.
You need that information right now?
Well, just opinions. Just what do you see? 5 fights in a year? That's we're not used to seeing a fighter fight 5 times a year. When was the last fighter who did that?
5 fights in a year.
That's insane.
In a year.
That's some old school development. They must really like that kid.
Not only do they like him, but it's
Floyd,
like they want to push him.
I think Floyd back in like when he started off on Thursday night fights.
I think it was Canelo when he was or going undisputed at 168. Or was that 4 times
that year?
I think it was 4.
Okay.
Yeah, it might have been 4. Yeah, it might have been 4.
I think it was Floyd
back in the day when he fought Corrales, man. Freddie, we'll go down that list. Man, Freddie Corrales, he beat who he fight before Corrales? No, I got it. Make me look this up.
You can five times when you're fighting Uber drivers and DoorDash deliverers. You can do that.
You're a damn hater.
Hey,
what up, Rachel?
How you doing, Rachel?
You guys are talking like these. This is what you do to build, though. Like he's an 8-round fighter.
Right.
It's just the fact that he's on your radar. That's the only reason that you guys are realizing that he's fighting 5. But most of the guys that are building up, I remember, was it Emiliano? He was fighting almost every other month for a while when he was coming up. Yeah. So, I mean, like, these are buildups. Now, when you start talking about, like, 10 rounds, 12 rounds. Then now you're looking at possibly down to 12 rounds. Once you start getting to 12 rounds, you're literally 3-2. World champion status, making a lot of money. You're looking at possibly 1-2.
Okay.
So, I mean, like they need to get them active because of the fact that, they have to start getting used to the rounds that they're doing. They have to go from 4 to 6, 6 to 8, 8 to 10, 10 to 12, and 12 is that's the test, right? But no one ever wants to bring anyone into a straight 12 rounder. You're not supposed to, but we've seen Lomachenko do it, but then look what happened, right? And this was
then I think
second
Andy
fight?
Cruz was one as well.
That's true.
Yeah. So it's not, this is normal. It's just more so the fact that, when they're being highlighted and put on TV, which is not something that you used to do. You only got, 4 fights on TV before, sometimes 3 fights on TV, and they never showed the prelims. So when these guys used to fight all the time, you just wouldn't see it.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
I would agree with that. It's just the fact that he's so fucking polished. Like, good God.
That's good.
He's a great talent, and he looks so polished. And people are just they're kind of feeding for him, ready for him to be a 12-round fighter. But you have to take your time, build him up, let him get the rounds in, let him get the looks in, let him get the different styles in. Because I do believe they're gonna invest in him because he has a very strong core around him. He has family around him. He got brothers around him. He seems to have a strong mindset. He knows who he is. He seems to be consistent in what he wants to bring to the boxing fans. He's an offensive fighter. He throws his hands. He's not afraid to engage. So there's a lot of upside to him. So they definitely raising the bar for him and trying to give him as much rounds as possible and try to really put his, because I think this is the first time he really got a lot of like camera time. Usually he's fighting on the undercard, and you don't really see his fights unless you got ESPN Plus. I think this one was finally on ESPN.
I think they upgraded him to the main card for that reason.
Yeah, he wasn't on the poster or nothing like that, but he did get that little highlight, and he made the most out of it. He got a clean knockout, 2 rounds, looking poised. I think it was 3 rounds actually. The first 2 rounds, I did notice he did, take a couple shots. He did have the little Bambi eyes a little bit, but when he finally, got used to the guy's power, you saw the openings. He saw the kill he went for. He let off a couple combos. You saw the guy reacted to his power, and he unloaded. And I like seeing how he reacts to that. I like seeing the reaction to getting hit and to firing back. That's good. I was like, okay, you can take a punch at least. So now we're gonna test you some more, give you some more fights, keep you busy, and I'm excited to see how the future turns out for this young fighter, man. So, Top Rank, they might have found one for sure.
Top Rank is good in developing fighters, like I've always said that, and I'm going to assume that the way that Abdullah's contract with them had a stipulation of a timeline, right? So what I mean by that is we're going to be your exclusive promoter for the next 5 fights, and then I would expect that they would come back and say, okay, well, those 5 fights need to happen within X amount of months, right? And not just an open-ended, we have exclusive to your next 5 fights. So, like I said, Top Rank does build people and their careers very well. And with the age of the internet, like, you are seeing people that are being developed more so than when you saw them, like all of a sudden become an opponent. And then you're like, who the hell is this guy? Where did this guy come from? Right. You know what I mean? So.
No doubt, man. Yeah, I like the trajectory of Abdullah Mason, man. Top of 2025, I see him. What I see is they're pushing this boy out of prospect. They're like, we're going to get you out of prospect. We want him to be a contender, and we don't want to look like we're rushing it, so we're going to try to get him as much experience. He's running through these fighters he's fighting against right now inside of 3 rounds. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, all right, keep feeding the beast. Feed me, Seymour. You know what I'm saying? and let's get him out of prospect into contender, and let's start lining them up with the Floyd Schofields and the old Shaky Fosters, you know what I mean, next year. You know, all these fighters that you know, let's get him tried true and get him in some title contention, and maybe even get a tail end pause of a Tank Davis or Shakur Stevenson. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we catch them before they bounce out and hit the 140 and have a big super fight against one of these guys before they leave the division. Or maybe, dare I say, Abdullah Mason has a very big frame. Maybe even 2025, seeing him go up to 140 and become that guy up there, or one of those guys up there, send him right into contention as a contender at 140 and put him in the conversations of a William Zepeda or a Emiliano Vargas is up there right now at 140. He just had a fight at 140. So get him up there with him. Get him up there with a lot of 140 guys up there, right? Get him in there with what's my guy's name?
Jose Zepeda.
Oh God, I keep saying William. I meant Jose Zepeda. God, William's at 135. Yeah. But get him in the conversations of maybe William and them go up there too.
Zepeda just fought at one super lightweight for his last fight.
Who? William? Not William. You're talking about Jose.
He fought at super.
Who did?
Who?
Zepeda did.
No, he did
William?
not.
William didn't fight
it. No, he did not.
No, he didn't.
He fought at super light. Yeah.
No, he did not.
When?
Like Saturday.
No, he did. He just fought. He just fought.
Look, that fight was under super light.
That was a catch weight? What was the weight?
They said it was under super lightweight.
Bro, that was for hold on. Let me just make sure. Maybe you're right, but I don't think so.
Cabrera?
Cabrera fights at 135. He just fought Isak Cruz at 135.
Right.
He's not
fighting. He's a 135 fighter. So it was a catch weight.
Came in at 37. Okay. Well, no, I mean, Zepeda came in at 35. Cabrera came in at 37. So
they had it listed at super lightweight. That's all I'm saying.
Super lightweight's 140. But I mean, I guess whatever. But he's not going to 140. He's staying at one. Trying to become.
That's what confused me when I saw it, because I saw it was listed that way.
Right. Yeah, he's definitely fighting at 135. He's trying to get into WBO contention right now. Oscar's trying to line him up with Dennis Berinchyk. That's what he's trying to get for him right now. So they got visions of him fighting Tank and Shakur, and that's what they want to see him. They want to see him in that conversation. So
I'm gonna say Zepeda's ranked number 1 in every sanctioning body, ain't he?
Every single one of them. So there's no reason for him to leave 140. Not right now.
Yeah, not right now. He's in perfect position. Someone coffee right there.
He's in the best position out of everybody in the space right now outside of the champions, right? So I think that J Pitt, it was Jose Zepeda, but we could see Abdullah Mason going as far up in 140 after these fights this year. You know what I'm saying? Who knows?
Yeah.
You know, I think even Floyd Schofield's been playing with going to 142. I think I've heard rumors of him potentially playing around with that as well.
Once you need to go back to boxing, bro. I hate to say it.
Yeah.
You're getting touched too much trying to play slugger.
That's his game plan, though. I mean, that's what he's good at. I feel like I agree with Claymore. I think he'll do better at 140 playing a slugger. There's too many skilled fighters here at 135. I mean, he's just gonna keep getting touched up if he stays at 135. You go up to 140, they're a little bit slower pace. They hit harder, but I don't see him having a problem with getting hit. So I think he'll be very successful at 140 if he chooses to go up there.
Yeah, we don't see a problem with him getting hit by Luis LeBron. And to hold on, his next fighter just dropped off an order. Let me go grab that. Like, come on now. Like Rachel said, they're working him up, but let's not act like he's in there with Heavy Hands McGee. I mean, come on
now. but he don't. Here's the thing though, when he get hit, he be eating that shit. This dude he got hit with a headbutt, and he ate that shit. I mean, this dude got a hard head. His chin is paused. His chin is he's good.
About to get you.
Yeah, I think he good with the chin department. I don't worry about him getting hit at all.
I think he did it again. Freaking about to hit you.
You from Queens, Ray? I see you got the Mets gear on.
No. This is something I just had in the house. I'm in Jersey, man.
You in Jersey wearing all that Queens gear. All right, man. I respect that.
What's wrong with Queens, bro? I'm all over.
I
I'm all over the boroughs up
I'm
there.
born in Queens. I'm from Long Island, though.
Yeah,
Respect.
Yeah. Anyway,
I'm from Northside Queens in the building.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Oh, you in Northside, like over there by Farmers and all that? Like,
yes, sir.
All right, yeah. My family out there for real. What school you go to?
I went to 135, and then you ever heard of this Allen Christian? It's near the it's on Merrick. You know that area near Merrick?
Yeah, I know Merrick. I went to Saint Joachim and Anne's. That's where I went to.
Yeah.
But my
around that area.
Van Buren Public School, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I went to Van Buren. Yeah, I went to Van Buren. My dad, he went to Jackson, right over there.
How old are you?
33.
33. Yeah, you weren't there with none of my family. Everybody was out by that time, out of Van Buren. But yeah.
Man, that was so nice. I'm glad y'all had a little family reunion.
I knew it was coming. Look, Rachel bounced before it happened. Rachel was like, I'm out of here.
Rachel was like,
they talking about high schools. I'm out of here. Where's the boxing talk? Let me show Queen some love. Fuck you, Truth.
No doubt.
Nah,
it's just something I got in the crib. That's all. Something I got in the crib. I play baseball, so I got a lot of stuff from teams I played for and stuff like that. So,
no doubt. But guys, listen, we're on 4 hours and 10 minutes. You know how we do. We can go all night. This is normally what ends up happening every damn night. I got to close it out like this because we hit this damn time limit. I'm not going to marathon it, even though we're pretty much been marathoning. But a lot of great conversations. Listen, tomorrow night, we're doing a giveaway that's happening. You know what I mean? I'm going to make sure that happens. We're giving $5K to somebody. You know what I'm saying?
And Jonathan, you got hit with the pause button, by the way, in the chat.
Yeah.
I told you it was happening.
Somebody's getting $5K tomorrow for sure. You know what I'm saying? That's a fact. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We're doing that for real. You know what I'm saying?
Look at that. Yo.
You know what I'm saying? It's a lot more than 5K right here, but we giving it all the way. Courtesy of Charles Edward Cheese. You know what I'm saying? Who showed love, obviously the biggest contributor to the channel. And I haven't seen Charles Edward Cheese in a minute, but hopefully he's here tomorrow. But yeah, we're going to be giving $5K out to somebody tomorrow. We're also going to be talking about Jerome Boots Ennis and the Jerome Boots Ennis Avanesian card. We're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about the Janibet card ESPN has on there. We got obviously we got Tevin Farmer and Raymond Moritalo fighting on that card as well. And we're going to be talking about whatever else happens in boxing because that's what we do on this channel. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate everybody showing up and showing out on the panel. Shout out to Rachel Donaire. Shout out to John Norrie. Shout out to Truth. Shout out to Hoodrich. I don't know what happened to him. He kind of disappeared. Shout out to Ross Clot. Shout out to everybody in the chat. J Pitt City, Flyer Frequency. Shout out to everybody who showed up. I appreciate all the color that I seen in the chat today. Today was our first day monetized, and I think we did all right. Shout out to True Stranger Than Fiction in the building, and all the new members we have, and all that stuff.
And Rachel says she'll be back. You want to wait for her to come back so we can close out, or you just want to say, Rachel, talk to you later?
Clay, how you get that 5K, man? How we do that? What contests going on? It's just you got to be in it.
Truth got some bills to pay.
I know what I can do.
What is it, Truth? Is it the auto insurance?
He's trying to invest in Loma, bro. He's trying to invest in Loma.
It's just a random picker. I'm gonna put all the you got to show up. Yeah, the people who are here are gonna be the people who are part of it. I'm not gonna just what I mean. It's the people who are here are gonna get inside the random
wheel of death.
Yeah, the wheel of death. You know what I mean? Your name pops up. We're gonna be making arrangements to get that in your hands. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, word. Queens
sound good.
Come on, Queens, get the money.
I'm here. I'm here for it. You know what I'm saying? If you gonna do it, Truth, I mean, it is what it is.
I mean, I ain't gonna not do it.
I mean,
that's 5 stacks, though. I mean, shit. I think a Loma fan might need 5 stacks. Don't you agree, Truth?
Oh, yeah. What you mean? What I'm finna make off this tank fight? Man, look, I'm gonna have my own giveaway. It's full of the tank crybabies. Loma barely won. I'm like, I'm putting your name in the wheel. Don't worry.
For sure.
There you go. That's what's up.
But salute to everybody, man.
We gotta let them know it's Manhattan that get that money though, man. We talk about NYC, but it's all good.
Whatever, bro.
Hey, I'm working right now. Shit.
Don't tell us where you work at. Keep that secret. Somebody run up.
I'm in the city though. That's what I was gonna say. I'm in the city.
Oh yeah, I'm up there a lot, so you might catch me up there. But I won't be wearing this though. I promise you that. I was just lounging in the house.
Yo, I love this song, man. But we out, guys. Salute.
Peace out.
Deuces.
I've been feeling for your love so long. We can praise God in the moonlight. Baby, if you with me, better do right. And I've been gone too long. And I'm hoping that you sing my song. I've been on this road for way too long. I've been hoping that we all get along. These roads of flames are catching a fire. Showed you I love you, you called me a liar. Give God the thanks and praises. I've been on my own.